All right, let's see where we at. Ultra low latency, analytics, stream health is looking good. Analytics. We're looking at crude oil. I just scalped off a little bit of crude oil. We had this dump. I don't know what this was. We had this dump, and then we started having these stacked imbalances right here. So I just kind of got in, got out real quick. Uh, so yeah, I don't know what's going on with crude oil, but we're looking at crude oil. I have no idea why I'm doing that, but it is what it is, I guess. I'm trying to test to see what kind of settings I need to use for crude oil. Crude oil inventories at 10:30 though. Let's look at the profile for crude oil. Okay. So we look at CLM6. We're gonna look at both 15. Let's take a look at the 30, and we'll look at it on a 5 minute. I don't even know how this is gonna look. Uh, boy, look at that. That's just horrendous, ain't it? Crude oil is just friggin' going crazy. Uh, yeah, crude oil is definitely. We're looking at crude oil. Crude oil is definitely going nuts. Um, I've got a DOM over here. I'm testing the DOM. I'm starting to. I got the NQ on the DOM over here because I need to test something. I don't know if anybody else is using the DOM. I mean, it says DOM beta. Uh, I think we had some threading issues that hopefully I fixed that this morning. These threading issues. But look at crude oil the past 30 days over here. We've got the overnight lows at 87.64 and the overnight highs at 91.60. We're right at the overnight highs. That uh, this crude oil is just nuts. I traded a little bit of it this morning when we had this dump just now, right before I got on stream. We had this dump, and then we started having these stacked and balanced areas. So I just kind of jumped in, and it just kind of popped on me, and I kind of flattened it. So I don't know about crude oil. It's been years since I've traded crude oil. I've always stuck with ES and NQ. I tried to trade crude oil before on a personal account before these fake prop firms came out, and I blew it up. So I just stuck with the ES and the NQ, mainly the ES, because I was trading before micros came out. Uh, I was trading before Top Step even came out. Before Top Step came out, traded before micros came out. So I've been trading for quite a while. Let's take a look at I think it's 32. That's pretty good on the NQM6. Let's take a look at the past 10 days. Past 10 days, look at this. This has just been straight up. Yesterday, I could only stream till like 11 or something yesterday. What are we doing? Okay, so I've got the bubble set. Wow, I didn't know CL had that much volume. Boy, there's a lot of volume coming in. Okay, I'm trying to get the bubbles set pretty good for CL so I can see what's going on. Because when people ask me, "Hey, what do I use the settings for, like crude oil?" Well, you want to use this for ES. You use this NQ. You use this GC gold. We might trade gold. I don't know. Next week we might trade some gold next week. Uh, but this is NQ. NQ right here. This is the NQ. Um, as you can see, yesterday we kind of had like a spinning top day. We traded some off of the lows right here. No, we were trading the ES yesterday. So the ES, we traded off the lows, and we got a couple good trades off of that. That was pretty good. I'll make sure I don't have any fiascos going on today. Uh, I'll be honest, with all this news and all this political news and all this crap going on, man, I'd be careful. I don't know. I don't know if we want to trade crude oil. This thing is extremely volatile. Uh, let's go over. Look at this thing. This thing is just friggin' volatile. Uh, let's go over to NQM6. Here, let's just redo this because sometimes there's problems when you start doing that. I need to work on that as well. NQM6. Uh, we'll just do the funded account. Pa, 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 pa. NQM6. Maybe we'll do 1 minute. Do solid candles. We'll do 1 minute on that. Let's get this set up. It's 9:17. We will get this set up. Do, 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 do. Okay. We will get this all set up. Let me bring up a 5 minute. I like looking at a 5 minute on the NQ. Maybe we'll trade the NQ today. Let's look at a pulse chart. UM6. We'll go a 5 minute on that. We're going to look at the volume on this. The volume on this. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. I'll show you my settings I have on this as well. Okay. All right. So this is the 5 minute. The 5 minute, what I have the settings on the 5 minute. Boy, this market is moving today. Look, it's 9:19, and this thing show price line. I've got that going. We'll do show delta profile. Show that. We'll go large volume profile. Let's go ahead and do that. Persistent delta. I'm not trading delta scalping, persistent delta scalping in a market environment like this. I usually trade that on range bars, but man, once this political environment settles the heck down, look at this. This is just nuts. I don't even know what the heck is going on. There's some news or something, more than likely. We got some peace talks, I guess, with Iran. Let's see how much comes out with that. We got Delta Surge of 50. I'm not even trading Delta Surges. I'm trading aggregated volume, large volume of 100. I found that to be pretty decent. You can do a 75 if you want, but I like seeing where the large players are coming in and out. The tick merge, it's tick merged to 4. Okay, so each little bar, this volume bar is going to be 1 point. The imbalance is set to 3. What the hell was I doing? Why is that set to 3? It should be 4 and 3. Let's just click apply. Okay. So this is what I have the settings for the for the NQ for the 5 minute. Now this is a 1 minute. Normally I trade range bars, but let's try 1 minute today. Actually, if you look at a 2 minute, a 2 minute is a pretty good sweet spot. Okay, 2 minute is a pretty decent sweet spot to trade NQ. It's a pretty decent sweet spot because you get a little cleaner signals. The 1 minute is a little fast, to be quite honest. It's owned by the institution Computer Pet Algorithms. The 1 minute is. But let's just stick here. Let's see what we can get. to now the settings for the 1 minute. That's what I have the settings for the 1 minute. RTH, we want to, I'm going to have to flip this. Let's go to RTH. Show delta. I'm going to show delta on both. I'm going to try and look for absorption on this, and I'll show you that. It's kind of like if you watch the video, what I did. Watch the video, what I did. That's what that is. 75 for large volume for 1 minute. That might be all right. Tick merged it to 4 and 4 and 3, and then volume profile merged. That's nothing. Okay. And now I got the DOM over here because I want to keep a look at to make sure there's no uh, problems with the DOM. I've got the DOM up here. I'm going to be calling out levels on the DOM. I'm going to be calling out the bid and asks right here. Okay, I'm not going to be using the heat map today. I want to be using the DOM because I want to see if let's tick merge this, man. This thing, because we're going to tick merge the DOM to 4. So as you can see, it's like 48, 49, 50, 51. Each row is 1 point. And the reason I do that is because, well, NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. It is a squirrely little freak. Been like that for the 10 years I've been trading this daggone thing. It's always been squirrely. Trump, Iran talks possible as soon as Friday. Come on, man. All right, Chris, just calm down today. Don't let this idiotic world government tick you off today. Just chill, relax. Play a little Bob Marley. You know, don't worry, be happy. All right. Okay. Here, let's get this. Yesterday we had a pretty good trade off the lows on the ES. I was an idiot and didn't have my bubbles up and running. Oh boy. Um, download. Alrighty. Okay. I've trading the order flip balls. Yeah, pop, trade count. Everything looks pretty good. Okay. Alrighty. We got about 6 minutes for the fireworks, 6 minutes for the fiery works. This is what I'm looking for, folks. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, as I was setting this up, this is the kind of stuff that we're looking for today. Okay, this is the kind of stuff we're looking for. We're looking for a run up. We're looking for a pullback. We got the moving average sloping upwards. Okay, that is a check. The only thing I don't like about this, you got 217 negative delta on this candle, but you got 70 on this one. That's actually going down. Then you got negative 16 delta. You got negative 16 delta, and the thing closes it above. You go ahead and get in here, and you go ahead and take you a little bit off, about $200. That is the kind of crap that I'm looking for. Okay, that is what you are looking for. Sit on your butt and wait for the setups. Sit on your butt and wait for the setups. Maybe I could. All right. Trade like a monkey today, folks. With all this political news and all this crap going on, trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel some off. Monkeys eat bananas, pigs get slaughtered. Right? Right. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Don't be a pig. I'm seeing if we can't see anything else. And stuff like this. This is really good too. This is really good too. You had a run up right here, and you had a little inside bar right there, and get in on the break of that. Put your stop down here. Get yourself a little bit right up in here. Take some off for about $100. I know some people are saying, "Well, man, you gotta let the trade breathe." Man, I don't. No, trade like a monkey in this environment. Trade like a monkey. Okay, my stinking runners ain't running because I ain't putting any runners up there for some reason. Um, You get nice little moves like this and a little pullback. But when you are looking for these moves up and these pullbacks like this, okay, when you're looking for pullbacks like this, the main thing that you really need to pay attention to, and this is why I have it on the bars, the deltas on the bars. You got 19, 43, 44, then you got 32. Okay. If it was 19, 100, then 200 right here, I'd be like, oh, I don't know about this. Even if we do close up with an inside bar, more than likely, I'm like, I don't know about that. Okay. But if you did get on this and you got yourself a $500 trade, this is the kind of crap that you're looking for, folks. This is the kind of stuff that you're looking for. Okay. Um, but also, you got to make sure to look at the 5 minute context. Okay. Look at the 5 minute context. Look what we're doing on the 5 minute. Okay. Look what we're doing on the 5 minute. If the 5 minute is looking like this and we're going down, and then you're over here on a 1 minute trying to go long, good luck. Hope you get a trade. That's all I gotta say. Good luck. Put the odds in your favor. Put the odds in your favor. When this moving average is sloping upwards, okay, and you get trades like this, that is good. This is what you're looking for. You're not looking, and see, this is where people get slaughtered like pigs. Okay, people are looking for to pick the tops and the bottoms, and get like like a 100 point trade and stuff like that. We're not as good as these hindsight gurus later this evening that will show you that, and later on they're selling you a $500 course and stuff like that. We're not as good as them, but what we can be good at is getting about half that move. Okay, we probably get about half that move. Get yourself about $30, about $600. You know. We ain't as good as these hindsight gurus that drive these rented Lamborghinis and Airbnb homes. We're not that good. At least I'm not. You might be. I'm not. Hmm. Is I believe Timothy is on here. I'm not sure. I don't know if you are, but your live pulse didn't go nowhere. It's on Pulse Heat Map. So I don't know if Timothy's on here, but the OFB. I need to do some videos on this stuff. Um. Alrighty, folks. What we got going on? We got 10 o'clock. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bezinet testifies. As long as they don't say nothing stupid, I'll be all right. USTR Gert testifies on trade. Don't care about that. EIA crude oil inventories at 10:30. That might be something interesting to take a look at on the DOM. Uh, if I can remember to bring it up. Oh, crude oil, CLM6 on the June contract, CLM6. We got crude inventories at 10:30, and then we got 16:05. We got Tesla earnings 16:05, 17:30 Tesla earnings call. So you got old Tesla doing its thing today. You got the market that is open, and did I freeze? No, the market froze. Market took a little bit of a dump. Let's see. We got my RTH. Boom. We got RTH. Boom. Folks, we got RTH running. Real time hours. New York session. Let's giddy up. Giddy up. All right. Let me get some coffee. Right by my desk. Right by my desk on my bookshelf. Just go to the if you want the live pulse, go to the pulse heat map main menu under OFB. On the main menu, OFB, go to pulse heat map, and you'll have your live pulse. If you're looking at a live pulse, you have heat map too. Um, did you I'm gonna be putting out a video about this heat map thing. Maybe later today, I might get me some B roll going because I need to do some videos on the heat map. I need to start targeting. You got 75 sitting on the bid at 850, at 850, 75, 76, 77 sitting on the bid. You got about 60 on the offer at 875. See up there? You see right there? We're going to be running the Dom today, folks. We're running the Dom today. This is kind of weird because I usually have it over to the right. This is going to jack me up. Usually have it over to the right. I gotta have it over to the right, folks. I'm sorry about this. Um, yeah, about 80 sitting on the bed at six at eight half, 50 sitting on the bed at eight half. Let the market settle down. You know, this this thing can trade like a 2 year old where you took the candy from them. They cry like a baby, go up and down, they flip around, they flop around on the daggone floor. Just see what the market is doing today, folks. Just look, oh, we got a big old aggregated sell order on the NQ right here. We're trading the NQ June contracts today, folks. NQ June contracts. Boy, is NQ gonna shit the bed today? Let's go. Come on. I got the Dom up and running. I got the Dahmer. I got the Dahmer up and running. I got the Dom up and running. See what we can do today, folks. We'll see what we can do today. Maybe I can trade off the Dom. Let's do that. Let's trade off the Dom today. Get my hotkeys going. Um, ETH. I'm on ETH on the Dom. Boy, I'm a dummy, ain't I? All right, now we're on RTH. Now we're on RTH. We're coming down to the lows, folks. We're coming down to the lows. Coming down to the low of the days. I don't see anything sitting on the bids, man. I don't see anything sitting on the bids. If you look at this, I don't see nothing on the bids, man. I don't see nothing on the bids, and we're getting ready to go to the lows. Boy, this thing could shit the bed today. Let this market settle down, folks. Let this settle down. You probably could get a little pullback and then a dumper. We don't know the big old delta. Look at that delta coming in there, man. Look at that delta. Look at that profile. Look at that delta profile. Look at that delta profile. Boy, that thing is just all selling. Look at that delta right here on the Dom. Look at the delta on the Dom right here. This thing is just all jacked. Boy, this thing could definitely crap the bed today, man. I got about 40 sitting on the bid at 810. You got about 42 on the bid at 810, 40 on the bid at 810. Um, just sit on your hands and wait. You know, sit on your hands and wait. You ain't gotta be trading all the time. You ain't gotta always be clicking them buttons. And you know what? I have got to get this straightened out because I can't even see my stinking. Hold on. I ain't gonna be doing anything right now. Let's just do this. Save and apply. Boom. Let's come over here. I need to see my daggone 5 minute. Okay, that's better. How's that look on? Okay, that looks pretty good. I don't know what the heck I was doing. All right. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Sit on your hands for about 5 minutes. If you look at the 5 minute right here, you got the 5 minute moving average has sloping downwards. We got the first 5 minute candle. That thing is looking ugly, man. We got all kinds of volume up in here, up in this area, around where reporting control is for real time for New York session. This is not looking too hot, folks. Just let the market settle down. Let's see what we got. Any news? We got about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Treasury Secretary Besant testifies. As long as they don't say nothing stupid or fart in the meeting, we might be all right. We got the EIA crude oil inventories at 10:30. 10:30, we got crude oil inventories. We got crude oil inventories at 10:30. We got Besant speaking at 10. So, like I said, as long as they don't say nothing stupid or fart in the meeting on mic, you'll be all right. You got about 40 sitting on the bid at 820. There ain't a whole lot going on right here. We got 78 orders that got slung in microseconds. 78 orders, 8 of it was the largest single order contracts. This is a 1 minute. This is a 1 minute. I'm trading off a 1 minute. I normally don't do that. I usually trade a range part, but hey, it is what it is. If you're trying to go long right here, you got a lot of negative volume right here. You got a lot of red volume up in this area. Okay, you got a lot of red volume up in this area. It's pretty thick. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's pretty thick up in here. Okay, you see how we got up in there and kind of tested that? What I really want to see, if you want to go long today, this is what I want to see. I want to see this thing get up above here about 875 and hold 875. That's what I want. I want it to get up in here, hold 875. I want the moving average to be sloping upwards, and then you can start taking longs on the 1 minute. Okay, then you can start taking your longs on the 1 minute. That is what I want to see. And if I don't see that, I don't trade. And you shouldn't be trading. Okay, you shouldn't be trading. Don't be clicking buttons just to be clicking buttons. If you want to do that, go play a video game. And if you think this is a game of prop farming and stuff, it's the wrong channel for you. Okay, so what we got sitting up in here, we got about 47 on the bid at 820. They still sitting there at 820, about 50 on the bid at 820. Okay. Um, okay. Yep. All right, that switched over. Okay. Righty, folks. We got about 65 sitting there. I'm just looking at the tape here on I'm just looking at the tape here. You're seeing these prints. It's looking pretty good because you got like a lot of prints up here that are good. You got that 10, 15 selling, 16 selling. Okay, I mean, it seems like they're kind of stabilizing right now. If you look at the 5 minute, right here, we got a nice big green volume on the 5 minute. Look at the delta on the previous 5 minute. It was negative 650. Now we're at positive 100 on the delta. Okay, let me make sure I got this crap. RTH, session RTH, show delta both. Yes, aggregated 100. Okay. Um, All right, this is set to 100. Let me switch this. Let me switch this up. Let me switch this up to the 5 minute because I don't know. Okay, let me switch this up to the like it is on the 5 minute. Okay, I mean on the 1 minute. Okay, because it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. We got 40 on the bid at 820. We got any on the offer? We got about 40 on the offer at 851. There's a little bit of resistance up there. You see how here on the DOM, I've got the DOM and I've got it color coded a little bit. You got your little bright colors right there. That shows you kind of like you're sitting there at 40. That's the biggest bids right there. Biggest offers right here at 37. So it's kind of color coded a little bit to let you know what's going on. Oh man, let's get going, folks. Let's get going. You got the 5 minutes still sloping down, man. I really don't like that, but point of control has shifted down. It looks like. Look at that 5-minute volume. We're on a 5-minute volume candle. We got some movement. I don't know what the heck's going on. Boy, you could really get slaughtered today, man. You gotta be careful. Look at these spikes. Man, you gotta be careful today. Trump could tweet something, make this thing rally, dump, whatever. I mean, the market's making. We got a conflict in the Middle East, and the market's making all-time highs. This is just abnormal. In my opinion, this is just government slush fund at work for these institutions. Don't come after me, SEC. This is freedom of speech. This is my stinking honest opinion because you did it in 2008. My honest opinion. So I'm looking at the 5 minute, and I'm seeing a bunch of wicks right here. This is the thing you got to look at. You got all this selling up here, and this big negative selling right here. You had some spikes come up in here in the past 5 minute and the current 5 minute. Well, look at the volume up at top on this 5 minute. Moving average sloping downwards. Look at the volume. It's light volume, light volume. Okay, I just don't like this. We got positive delta, but we're starting to close down below. We got about a few minutes, so who knows? Okay, th- I just don't like this. If we break the lows, yeah, you could probably get get yourself a nice little uh, short trade if we break the lows. Because look at this candle right here on this previous 5 minutes sloping downward. It's kind of like an inside bar. This right here didn't break the high. That low didn't break that low. It's kind of like a little inside bar right there. You know, you just got to sit on your hands and wait. I don't know what the heck is going to be going on. All I know is I want this thing above that negative selling with volume and holding. That is what I'm looking for. We got some big delta coming in there. Come on, hit about 400 delta and hold this area. You might be sparking my interest. Right now, it's just a bunch of up down crap. 943. We got about 2 minutes. You need to get this volume being filled out up top here, about up here at 8.5. You need to get that volume filled out. You ain't got much sitting on the bids here, man. They could collapse. Look at this. You ain't got much sitting on the bids. You ain't got much sitting on the bids. The numbers being printed are looking bullish, though. They're holding it. They're holding it. You got some 16s there, 12s, 15s. They're holding it, man. They're holding it. They're trying to. Oh, we got 87, 87. We got 87 aggregated volume coming in here. About four of it. Four volume on one single order. They're holding it a little bit, but I'm not interested, man. There are certain things I'm looking for. So if you want this add-on, right now I've got it for like $95 for a whole year. The pricing is going to change because I'm going to give people a chance to go monthly if you want. Actually, it's going to be a 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. Okay. If you do a whole year, you get like 50% off than if you would do a monthly. This is actually kind of looking good. Oh man, at 87 with that order, if you break that, you gotta have your finger on the trigger, man. Gotta have your finger on the trigger. I'm just taking it off. I got me a little bit of a scalp. I just don't quite like. Who is that? I don't know. Hello. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, this ain't Ethan. This is Chris. I'm right in the middle of something, so goodbye. Thank you for calling. Oh, at least you're at least no, there's no Ethan there. At least you're a human being, not and not an AI. I appreciate you being a human being and not an AI, ma'am. Nope, no Ethan Barner. All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. You too. Bye. Hey, you can go ahead and hang it up. Uh, I don't know. Somebody calling for Ethan Barner. Ain't no Ethan here. It was pretty nice to talk to a human being instead of a stupid AI. Holy smokes. All right, man. Maybe I should have held that trade. Who knows? Who I don't give a shit. We got 60 sitting on the offer up there. We got about 60 sitting on the offer there at 882. 882. You got about 60 sitting on the offer up there. We got one good stinking trade off. Make make a little pocket change, I guess. Make a little pocket change. Get yourself a nice little good good get yourself some good bourbon, I guess. I don't know. I like me some Bowman Brothers on the weekend. Oh man, look at this topping tails. I don't like these topping tails, man. I just don't like these stinking topping tails, you know? I just don't like these topping tails. But what I did like, man, this is what I did like. This is why I got into the trade. Let me explain this so people can understand what the heck I'm doing. Okay. We had a sell off. We just kind of bounced right up in here in the market. This is what the market likes to do. It likes to find value. It found value to the downside. We kind of bounce around, kind of up, down, up, down, up, down. It kind of pisses off a bunch of new traders that just want to click buttons like a video game. And then we had 87 aggregated volume. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? Top and tail don't like. Ba-bam. You got 87 aggregated volume right there. Boom. You got four of it in one single order. That ain't very much. Where the heck are the institutions? Come on, start slinging that government slush fund around. Uh, and we closed above it. Okay, we closed above it. Once we started breaking that area right there, I kind of got in, and I just didn't like it, so I just cut the stinking trade. Okay, but this is why I really like why I got in. Okay, I don't like these wicks. Okay, this is not an A plus setup. Okay, we had 25 negative delta, and we were sloping upwards on the moving average. Okay, we had 25 negative delta, we were sloping upwards on the moving average. Once we started breaking this area right here, I just had to test it. Now, where's my stop? Well, my stop's down here. Okay. So I just didn't like it. The volume was drying up. I just didn't like because here's the thing. It ran up here to about 865. I don't even know where the heck I got about 862. Okay. Uh I just didn't like it. So I just kind of got out. Uh Because look what it's doing now. It's just kind of a bunch of up, down, up, down, up, down. Is that a bearish engulfing candle we're going to be doing on a 5 minute? Is this thing finally going to crap the bed on us? Okay. Um, but that's why I got in. This is not an A plus setup. Okay. This kind of stuff works on range bars, works on tick bars. I don't trade tick bars. But it works really good on range bars when you see stuff like this. When you see a range bar kind of moving up and then it kind of pulls back on like one or two red candles, and then you get yourself a little divergence there. You get yourself a uh, moving average sloping upwards. You get a negative delta right there when it closes above, and you got a big buyer, and you can get on the break of it and get yourself a go. Maybe get yourself about a couple $100. I don't know how much I got. Maybe 130, 150. I don't know. Got me a little pocket change. Give me a little Bowman Brothers bourbon this weekend. Actually, I got some sitting on the bookshelf right here. About half full. Virginia straight. Virginia straight bourbon whiskey, small batch. It's got a cork in it right now. Got a cork in it. That cork will be coming out this weekend. Yeah. Now I'm from Virginia. That's why I like me some good old Virginia straight bourbon, the Bowman Brothers, because I'm from the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Shenandoah Valley. That's right. You learn how to trade financial markets from a redneck. All right. Um, okay. When you're at the lows right here, I mean, we're pretty. Yeah, let me get my Dom up here. We're testing the Dom flat canceled. Yes, we're just gonna go ahead and cancel everything. We'll go ahead and flatten everything, cancel everything. No working orders. Thank you very much. Got no ghost orders. You got to make sure you keep that orders tab open. Keep that orders tab open. Okay. Keep that orders tab open. Make sure you keep this orders tab open, and you got to be checking, make sure ain't no ghost orders. Okay. Also, you need to have rhythmic up in case you need to close a stinking trade in case Ninja Trader or in case they don't want to take you out. This is actually a pretty decent to go to 172. You had a break of that. That was a nice little hammer. We had a pullback. Okay, not an ideal trade, but if you want to get yourself a quick scalp, you can get yourself a quick scalp. Let me explain something. How you can get this a real tight. Keep this real tight, folks. Keep this real tight. What you can do, uh, let's take a look at this. It's not ideal because look at the moving average. It's sloping downwards. Okay, but let's take the moving average off. Okay, so this is what we had so far. If my mouse was stinking work, um, we had a run up and then we had a pullback. Okay, this right here, 87 negative delta. We had kind of like closed up at the top. You tried to get in on the break of that. Boom, it failed. Okay, then this one, 172 negative delta, but we closed above. Sometimes you can get in here and put your stop right down in here. Okay, and get yourself a quick little trade for about $100. Okay. Um, not an ideal trade, not something I really want to be taking when there's a stacked sell and bounce right there, but you can take it if you want. You just got to be sure it's you just got to know it's not in no working orders. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You just got to understand that's not an ideal trade. What's an ideal trade? Well, the one that I took right up here. Okay. Not an A plus setup, but hey, not an A plus setup, but I took it anyways. I didn't like the volume because, well, the Dom was telling me that don't look like we're going to somewhere. So hey, uh, now we're starting to move up. We're breaking that sell imbalance on the 1 minute. It's a very small sell imbalance, to be quite honest. It's not very thick. We got negative 78. We got 78 cells in there. We got 78 cells in there. We got 31 single order contract. Okay. We got negative delta forming. We got positive. If we close positive, that could be looking good. That could be looking good if we close in positive on this. We are closing positive on this. This is starting to look halfway decent. But you got to understand we failed earlier. We failed earlier. We failed earlier. You got sell and bounce up in here. You got a lot of negative delta up in here. Got the volume filling out on the 5 minute. I just don't like this because we're right in the middle of this stupid range. The 5 minute is kind of flatlining, to be quite honest. I just don't like this. If you want to take a stab, you can take a stab at it on a micro if you want. You can come over here and flip over to a micro. Okay, if you want to take a stab at something, do it with a couple micros. Okay, you know, do it with a couple micros. It ain't looking too hot. Um, you see what I'm talking about? Ain't looking too hot. That's why I didn't like it. You can always come over here to the micros. Okay, you can always come over to the micros. Here we go. Fill it out again. Um, Here's what I don't like. Okay, this is why I just didn't like this trade. Yes, very good setup. We had nice green bars, 69 positive delta. It looks like we're having a trap seller right here at 78 with 31 single order contract. That is pretty nice. We were starting to break it, but it's like, look at it. Look at it before. Failed. Failed. Okay. Look at the 5 minute. Look at this. That right there. Look at that. It's just, look at the moving average. It's flatlining. It's flatlining. You don't want it to flatline. You want it to go up like this. You're not going to catch the whole move, but can you get a piece of the pie? Yes. Okay. If you want to go short, it needs to be sloping down. Are you going to get the whole stinking move from the tops and the bottoms? Well, maybe the gurus later on tonight will show you with that $500 course they're selling. Yeah, sure, but I'm not that daggone good. Okay, I just want a little slice of the pie, little base hits, man. Them base hits will pass your evals for you. Uh, that's why I just don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Okay. For me to really like this, you see this area right here on this 5 minute right here. We have to get above here and stinking hold. Okay, we really have to. For me to go long, we have to get up here and just friggin' hold this area. See all that negative selling right there? That volume? We got to get up there and hold. We were getting up in here, but we didn't hold. We came down here. Okay. I just, when you're right in the middle of just slop on a 5 minute, you got a wick, you got a wick, you got a wick, you got a wick forming. I mean, it's in the middle of some sloppiness. We took a stab right here. We took a stab right here. Got green. Hopefully you thinking took the trade. And hopefully you got out absolutely right here. Okay. If you want to look at a volume candle, look at a volume candle right here. Okay. You really want to look at a volume candle, look at a volume candle right here. Get in here, it starts drying up a little bit, you can get out. Okay. Once you start breaking, you see the selling right up in here. Once you start breaking this area right here, you, you don't see no stinking buyers up there, right up in here. You don't see no stinking buyers. You got to get out, man. Do, do, do. Low volume. We're going up on low volume. We're going up on low volume. You got pretty high selling up in here. This is RTH. Why is these bubbles showing up? Is that from? Well, the good thing is that I'm not seeing any errors being thrown. We got 84 selling right up in there, man. We got 84 selling up in there. We got 131 selling. Boy, they really trying to push this thing down, ain't they? Are they going to get caught with their pants down? If we close above this area, man, they could get caught with their pants down. Them sellers could get caught with their pants down. Are you going to get caught with your little booty hanging out? I don't like this. Man, something's up. Okay. Looks like they're getting caught with their booty hanging out. I don't know if this is my chart or what is going on with this market. I don't know if it's my feed with Rhythmic and Bullnox playing their stupid little games. I really need to get connected to CME Group. Wait for a pullback. I don't know what the heck is going on with this. This is starting to freeze. Let me check my internet. I don't know if it's my internet. I don't think so. It definitely ain't my download speed, so I don't know what the heck's going on. But it's kind of like I don't know if it's doing it for you, but when you're connected to these fake prop firms using paper trading Rhythmic, sometimes it'll freeze and then all of a sudden it'll catch right back up. And I don't like that. Kind of look like they got caught with their booty hanging out. We had a run up, a pullback, 89 negative delta, and a close above. Mm, You can test the waters right there. Once we had this 84 and 131, you were breaking this area right here. You know, you've got these sellers right here. Once you were breaking it, they're going to cover and add fuel to the fire. Right now, you're seeing 1 minute with the with. Yeah, see this. I don't know what this crap is. I really need to get connected to CME directly. Come on, man. You're not going to show me that? Whatever. What is up with this? Like, I'm scared to take a trade. I'm scared to take a trade because of this crap. Uh, I don't like that. Something's up with my. What is up with this? Okay, they just show me back to the test results. Yes. Okay, so my upload, my download is definitely good. See, this stuff's freezing. I don't like this. I don't like this. My feed is just freezing up. Oh man, I really don't like this. All right, let me. I gotta shut this down and see if it's the Dom doing this. If you're trying to go short, you gotta be aware that the moving average on the 5 minute is sloping upwards. And we're right at the point of control. Um, I closed down the Dom. Man, that was a mistake for me to even try. I should have just built out order flow pulse and not a stinking a pulse, a heat map, a dom. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. I just got the code and just started slinging stuff around and be like, well, I got all the data. All it is just presentation. I'll just throw together a dom. Yes, I did. You see what I'm talking about? About trying to go short because we're 5 minutes sloping upwards. No, 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 no. Not, you don't do that. You don't do that. Um, what the heck? So now it seems like it's smooth. When you got 1 minute, look at that volume with a big positive delta right there. You see this right here? That's the volume. Okay. That's the volume. See, when I got in here and I started seeing this right up in here, I just cut the trade. Okay. I'm not going to sit there and take a full stop out. I'm not going to do that. Wow. Okay. Let me bring back up the DOM. Let me see if the DOM was slowing things down. NQM6. NQM6. The order flow pulse is good. Uh, you have 94 single order. You had 140 aggregated volume. You got 94 single contract that kicked off. You got what, 86 by volume, 69 single order contract. I mean, those are some large orders right there for that is institution buying right there. When you see large single order contracts like that, I mean, that ain't no retail buyer. Okay. That is market makers, institutions. That is the big players of the market. Okay, that is not 34 sell right there, 31 sell. That's no that's not retail traders slinging around that kind of size. Okay, the retail traders are 5% of the futures market. They are not slinging that kind of size around, especially no 94.69 contracts. That is not what they're doing. They're not doing that. Okay, let me keep this up. Let's see if it slows it down again after about 30 minutes, an hour. I don't know. Now that I got the order flow pulse kind of locked in pretty good, the order flow pulse I got locked in pretty good. The heat map, I've refactored it to a pre-rendered bitmap, so the performance on that is pretty good. If you want the live pulse, I took it out of the order flow pulse because the code was getting too big. I had multiple files. That was like over 10,000 lines of code for multiple files, and it was just well all together those files. It was like the code base is getting quite large. So I had to refactor it and rip it out of Order Flow Pulse and make it its own add-on. That's why it's in OFB, main menu OFB Pulse Heat Map. That just shows you your live pulse. Uh, like I'm green for the day, but I'm scared to take a trade because of what was happening earlier. And it's like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that involved. Um, See, I don't like that 294 delta. You see, we had a run up right here and we had a little micro pullback. I don't like that 295 negative delta. Granted, the next 1 minute was 66 negative delta, and you could get on the break of that and try to get yourself a run. But once you start coming back down, just I know so many people say, "Oh, you gotta let your trades breathe and everything." Okay, I would rather take a break even trade than a full stop out. That's just me. You can trade the way you want, but that's just me. Okay. That just comes from me trading the low float pump and dump pieces of crap on breaking news. Okay. On pre market. That's just the way I have traded for a while. Now, when I traded the bonds, that was kind of different, but uh, especially with the NQ, the NQ can rip up, rip down because it's so thinly traded. Look at this. You got like 20 sitting on the books, 15. You got all this sitting on the books. Now, let's bring up a DOM and let's look at the ES. ES is a thickly traded market. Okay, the ES is a thickly traded market. It's a thickly traded market. I mean, you got a lot more sitting on the books. You got about 150, 60. I mean, you've got a lot more. It's a thickly traded market. Okay, the ES is a thickly traded market compared to the NQ. Okay, I mean, that 100 sitting on the books ain't nothing, okay? I mean, you got 100 up here, 100, you got about 300 up there at about 160. So it's really, you know, the NQ is a thinly traded market. That's why it's volatile. And the thing is, if you really trade order flow and really trade like a footprint chart, like a traditional footprint chart, like you switch over here to like footprints and you start trading traditional footprint charts and delta and stacked imbalances and stuff like that, you will find that the ES adheres more towards your stacked imbalance areas and adheres more towards your order flow than the squirrely NQ. What happened to that update? You'll see me move the window around because I want to see to make sure that there's no user interface threading issues. Okay. Uh, because if I move this window around and it gets real laggy, then I know there's a problem. Wow, they are really propping this market up. We got 1030 crude oil inventories in 15 minutes. You got that 104 that got caught on offsides right here. That is a trapped seller right there at 104. So when you see stuff like that, I was looking over here at the news. Um, when you see stuff like this, that 104 trapped, and you get a buy up here, you can actually get in on the break up here, and then probably put your stop right down in this area, maybe up in here because you got this seller. I mean, got that buyer right up in there. Okay, and if you did do something like that, now you're up like 10 points. Okay, and you can just start trailing it up. Okay, that's just how that is. Um, I just need to make sure I got a little green for the day. My funded account. You saw me take that one trade. Plus, I traded crude oil early this morning when we had that dump. Then we had those stacked and balance areas. Uh, see, this is where having a volume bar is pretty good because now you can actually see what is going on. Okay, when you see those solid candles, you really can't see what's going on. Okay, so if you get in here and you start losing this area right here, more than likely you're coming back to your break even. But if you come up here in this area and you start seeing that buying right there, and then all of a sudden the selling start kicking in, you might want to start taking some of the profits and then move to a break even. Actually, what you should be doing is when you get this break, because that 104 right there, that trap seller right there, and when you get this break up in this area right here, you really need to move to a break even. Protect the capital. Once you start seeing stuff like this, go ahead and take a couple contracts off if you're trading micros. And if you're just slinging around 1 minute, why not trade 10 micros? Go in 10 micros, take 5 off. Okay, you're already at a break even. When you popped right here, you moved to a break even. Why? Because in case it craps the bed on you, uh, just peel some off. Okay, and leave 5 on there. Maybe you peel 2 more off right now. Leave 3 running, or leave 2 run. That's the kind of stuff you really have to do. That is the kind of stuff you really need to do. This is the kind of trades you want to be taking, is when the moving average on the 5 minute, okay, moving average on the 5 minute starts sloping up on this candle right here. Okay, it's sloping upwards. Okay, do not be looking to go short up here. Don't be thinking like, oh, the market ran too high, I'm going to go ahead and short it. Okay, why are you going to short it? Well, because the market ran too high. Okay, well, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then, but good luck, uh, because they will keep running this thing as far as they want to run. Is there? Yeah, is there a way to save the windows in the workspace? I haven't been able to really test that. That's why the windows on the workspace. What am I doing? Because this is an add-on, I don't know if it really saves it to a workspace. I haven't been able to get it to save to a workspace. Um, I haven't been able to get it to save to a workspace. At least I haven't. Someone has. Someone told me that they have. Uh, Here, let me make a note. I'll send an email to Ninja Trader and ask them if there's something I have to put in the code to get it to save to like a workspace. Um, let's see, Ninja Trader ask saving to workspace. Okay. Um, yeah, you got that trap seller right there. Remember down here when I said these guys are going to get caught with their pants down, their booty hanging out? Well, guess what? Their booty's really hanging out now. That booty is just being all flopped out. Um, I got a little leery about taking trades, man, because my my feed was just kind of stuttering. I don't know if that's Bullnox playing their stupid games. Yeah, I couldn't get it to save to a workspace either. I don't know if there's. I need to ask Ninja Trader. Uh, Man, they are just they are just really. This can't be real. I mean, I'm not going to short this crap. Okay, I ain't shorting nothing, man. I wouldn't short this with Trump's money. Okay, I'm just saying, you got conflict in the Middle East, and the market's going straight the hell up, and it's making all-time highs, and it's been doing that for a couple weeks. I don't know. To me, that's just the friggin' government. Eh, I'll leave it alone. But don't be trying to short a raging market like this. Do not step into a friggin' freight train, people. Okay, this is where people blow accounts. I've been in the Discord. I don't hang out there very much anymore because they're just a bunch of. I ain't gonna say it. You ain't the only one trying to short friggin' market because it gets too high. You got 84 um, contracts that came in within milliseconds. So you ain't the only one. Uh, and if we get a pullback and run up, that'll be good. Uh, oh, wait a minute. That was Tick Rose. No wonder it took so stinking long. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Straight up, day after day, green, 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 green. Yesterday, red, little spinning top. Today, green, just straight up. Okay, let's take off the overnight point of control. It's just non-stop. I, with the conflict in the Middle East, and you got this going on, I don't know. It just feels a little wacky to me. But I got to trade what the order flow is telling me. Okay, I got to trade what the big players are slinging around. Okay, I mean, you got to understand the largest single order contract was right here. Okay. Yeah, there's something up with that. I got to take a look at that again. I got to take a look at that again. I'm not getting any errors on the DOM. Hopefully, I fixed that race condition, that UI threading issue. It was a data race condition. The data was racing against the UI, and there was thread locking. Hopefully, all that's fixed because I'm not seeing any errors. Right now, my focus is on the DOM, getting this released in a really good state. Because if you see up here, it says OFB DOM beta. I don't know how many people trade off a DOM, but I did for years with Jigsaw Trading. And I had to look at these prints right here. You'll see, I mean, you got to be hyper focused, but you'll see some big, large prints come in, some buy in, and then you can just jump in if you got the delta backing you up, a good positive delta and a good area, and you're above a big distribution of volume on the volume profile. Yeah, you can. I mean, dom scalping is the way to go. You know how to do it. I don't know why I'm trying to do that. Let me switch back to my funded account. Uh, yeah, this thing. Look at this. Look at this. Just straight up, man. Look at that. Just straight up. You got 5 over 15, 8 over 12. You got 9 over 21, 7 over 18. I mean, this thing is going straight up. You got 25 buyers up in there. Let's see if we see any large prints coming through. You got the sellers kind of stepping in a little bit. You got about 82 sitting on the bid at 970. Uh, well, you did have it. Was a little spoofer, a little spoof alert, spoof alert, spoof alert. Um, got to have a little spoof alert. Um, hmm. So here's what I'm thinking. I've contacted Rhythmic. I've got in on their test environment for their API system, and this is what I'm looking to do long term. Okay. I'm always going to support NinjaTrader, but this is what I'm looking to do long term. If you actually get the add on for NinjaTrader, what I'm looking to do later this year, I'm looking to start building out my own trading platform, and I'll be first dealing with Rhythmic and try to get a vendor ID with them or an app ID. I think it's called, so I can go with all the brokers that go with Rhythmic, like all the prop firms and stuff that used Rhythmic paper trading for their prop firms, and build out my own desktop trading app. And if you have already purchased a add-on with NinjaTrader, then you'll be able to use it for free. Uh, no reason to charge it twice for something, you know. Yeah, but that's what I'm looking to do. It's not going to have all fancy bells and whistles. Okay, it's going to have everything you see here plus more. Uh, but it's not going to have all the bells and whistles and stuff like TradingView with all the little fancy tools they have. But it will definitely be an order flow platform that is very useful. That's what I'm looking to do. You got about 40 sitting on the offer there at 990. I wonder how many accounts are going to get blown today trying to short this. I mean, you got to think about this. This is just look at 930. Okay, look at 930. Just straight up, boom. Had a little consolidation. Them shorts right there, that 78, 84, 83. Once we start closing above here, then above on this one, then really above on that one. I think it was right up in here. I said, are they going to get caught with their pants down with this 78, 80 sellers right up in here? And look what's happened. They're getting caught with their pants down. Okay. If anything, if anything, you can look at this and be like, well, you got 154 sitting on the offer there at 27,000. 27,000, yeah, 155 sitting on the offer. That's pretty significant. If we can even get up there. Mm, mm. They going for it. We got about 151 up there. We got 151 up there. You got to start looking here on the trades column. You got to start looking at the bid and asks being printed. Once we get close up to there, you could see some large prints and some bubbles being printed up in here with the aggregated volume. Ooh, they losing steam. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. 5 over 16, 4 over 18, 4 over 19. That was little stacked and balanced area right up in here, man. That was not good. They got a little smackdown. Could be a little relief going on, boy. We got a lot of delta coming in on the 1 minute. Look at that 1 minute. You got a lot of delta coming in. Look at that volume. A little thinly traded volume up in this area. You got thickly traded up in this 1 minute right here. This is you got 151 buyer that just got absorbed, 151 buyers that just got absorbed. They need to pick it up. And if they want to go test them 165s at 27,000, 140 at 27,000, then okay, 138, 27,000. All right, let's see if they can get this up. I wouldn't be buying up in this area. I mean, that's for daggone sure. I wouldn't be selling either. I just sit on my stinking hands. I'm green for the day, so I might be done for the day. I have no idea. Come on, we're going to be testing 140s at 27,000, 150 offers at 27,000. Start looking this right here. This right here, you need to start looking if at my DOM. I don't have the heat map going today. I'm testing the DOM to make sure uh, there's no issues with it. Man, they're losing steam on this. Losing steam on this. That was a little stutter. And we got 71 sitting on the bids at 9.5. We got about 70 sitting on the bid at 9.5. Uh, it's starting to stutter again. I don't know if that is my feed or what. Okay, it could be my feed. Man, I really need to switch to CME and not deal with this paper trading connection BS. Um, yeah, they could be losing steam up here. This was the telling tale right here. Okay, right here you had 151 buyers and they got absorbed. Like I said earlier, and you had an inside bar right there. And then we have like a small little dump right here. I mean, get yourself about $500 if you're looking at that. I mean, this thing is just going straight up. All right, we got 47 negative delta. We got a hammer right there. I mean, if you want to try and do something, there's the chance right there. Okay. You have 47 negative delta and we closed above. We have a buy imbalance and we're trading up in this area. Okay. Not an ideal trade to take because the candle in the 5 minute is red. That is not ideal to take. You better have a tight stop. Okay. If you get up there again, you better have a tight stop because this thing could crap on you. Not ideal trade because the 5 minute is a red candle. Okay. Not what you're looking for. You're looking for a green candle like the previous, like something like this. Okay. If something like this candle right here, if it was negative delta, like 50, 75 or whatever, yeah, that's good to be taking stuff like that. Okay. Not when the 5 minute is red, especially when you just had absorbed buyers up in this area right here. And you saw on the tape how they've just been smacking down the buyers left and right, trying to get up to that 27,000 area. Alrighty, are we going to get back down to? You got some volume up in this area. We're in the high value area, node area. You got some uh, positive delta right up in this area right here. You got some good positive uh, delta right up in here. You're up in this volume area right here. Okay. This is the kind of stuff you need to be looking at. So this could be an area where they're going to bounce around. You know, remember how I said the market likes to find value. Well, the market found value to the upside. Now, is it going to balance around and just go like this? It could. It's starting to do it here. See how the market ran up, balances around, finds value. You can call that a bull flag if you want. Runs up, in the longer time, are we going to be up in this area just going like this and then find value to the up or downside? It's just basic auction market theory. They really want to test them 27,000s, don't they? You got 100 sitting there on the offer at 27,000. This is why you don't short a raging market, man. Okay, you got people up in here. I mean, if you're going to try and short, try to find yourself a trapped buyer up here in a little inside bar, and then try to get a short, a real quick one. But you better adhere to your stops and get it out when it starts shifting on you. See, it's right up here that people try to short, and then right down here they're like, "All right, we're going way down here, and I'm going to pass an eval," and then it just rips up and blows them. And also, look at this. Look at this 1 minute. Look at this. Buyers, a little bit of sellers. Buyers, a little bit of sellers. Buyers, a little bit of sellers. Buyers. What I mean, my question is, if you want to short this, why? Why? When you've got big players, big players throwing in order slicing contracts more than likely doing 100 orders within milliseconds. That's that's institution market makers basically order slicing their way up. And every now and then throwing in large contracts like this 94 and then 70 right there every now and then. Okay. The question I have is why the hell are you trying to short a market way up here when all you see is stinking buyers? I know I got a little passionate right there. You got 120 sitting on the offer there at 27,000. Look what happened. They got filled. You got about 68 contracts right there, 68 single order, large single order contract right there. Of course, I think it's 60. Could be 60. I don't know. But you got a lot of contracts that got filled right up in here. Looks like 60 single order contracts. 60 single order contracts. 214 of it happened within milliseconds. 95 buying contracts happen in milliseconds. 98 buying contracts happen in milliseconds. I mean, and then you got 40 sitting on the offer there, on the bids, 40 sitting on the bids at 994. Okay. People are trying to short a raging market. Do not step in front of a freight train. Do not step in front of a stinking freight train when you have institutions like this slinging in large ass orders. I bet you if I go into that Discord and I ask, and I did this about a week or two ago. I went into the Discord and I asked, I wonder how many accounts got blown. And I put up a chart like this when it's just all stinking buyers and it's just running up. And then one dude, uh, one person put in Discord four. I'm like, I'm like, oh my God, why? After the second one, you really need to stop, man. Oh, third time's the charm. Fourth time's the charm. Fifth time's the charm. When you have an irrational market like this, when you have conflict in the Middle East and the market's going straight the heck up, I mean, it looked like it took a double dose of the blue pill and it's going straight the heck up. And you want to sit there and go short, 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 and blow, 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 blow. I just don't get it, man. There could it dump to 100, 200 points? Absolutely. It could. It really could. But but the one thing, and this is so important, and yesterday, well, I kinda had a brain for it, and I kinda left the bubbles out, on the ES, okay, but I was kinda looking at the Delta, surge, and that's why, it got in, but, um, if you're gonna do that, I wish I could bring up the chart, but right now we're in the middle of trading, it was just sellers, and the Delta was just massive selling, and then all of a sudden it started stabilizing. The delta down at the bottom, I saw like 1,600, 2,000, then all of a sudden it started stabilizing, and then it started going green. I was like, "Wait a minute, that's a huge delta flip right there. That's a delta flip right there." When you see big negative, when you see stuff like this, okay, when you see stuff like this, 300 negative delta, 233, and then all of a sudden you see a flip of 273, that right there, it had to take 203 negative to a positive 273. That right there is a shift, okay? That means there are stinking buyers coming into the market right up in here. And they were, and where were those buyers? Right here. And look where we ran. Okay. There's a delta. It needs to be a delta shift in the market. Okay. Kind of like this 200 right here. You have at like 500 delta, 78, and then 200 on this one. Okay. Now think about this. Think about this. Okay. You have to think about the financial interest of these buyers right here. Are they going to defend that area? Well, it came down to here and it ended up here. Are they going to do the same thing here? There's a financial interest. I forgot what I was talking about. I do that. I get all passionate and start blah blah blah. Then I lose track of lose lose my train of thought. That's what happens when you get old. Um. Oh yeah. Okay. There we go. Uh. Can you short this market and make it? Yes. Well, what they could do, if they really want to run it down, what they could do is they could just sit here and just slowly trickle it all the way down. Okay. Whoops. Recenter. They could slowly just trickle all the way down. Just tick it, tick it, tick it, tick it. Just slow trickle with no stinking large orders coming in. They could do that. Who knows? They do what they want to do. But in order for you to really think about going short, what you really need to do is you see these large orders coming in within milliseconds. You need to see large sellers taking these guys out. Okay. That is what you really need to see. You don't need to see no stinking 84 and then an 80, 83 here and there. Just little piss ant sellers coming in. Okay. You don't you need to see large sellers coming in and you need to start breaking this moving average. Moving average starts flatlining, you start seeing some large sellers coming in and you start seeing them in this area right up in here and they're taking these on and the delta starts shifting, you could come back down to this area. Okay? That's just the way it is. You can get yourself about 40, 50 points. But if you do not see any large sellers stepping up and really taking these buyers on, I would not try to go short, to be my honest opinion. I would not even think about it. And the mentality of, well, the market has gone too high, I think I'm going to short it, is not a strategy. My opinion, I think the market is overbought. I think it seriously stinking is, because you got a conflict in the Middle East. The market is making new highs. Makes absolutely no stinking sense to me whatsoever. But I'm not going to try and fight it. Will I get some shorts here and there? Yeah. Okay. If the order flow is telling me to do that, sure, I'll do it. But not in a stinking raging market like this, when it's took a double dose of the blue pill. Take a double dose of the blue pill, and it's going straight up, straight up, straight up. Uh, no, I ain't shorting. Kind of like what I said earlier, where the market likes to find value. My mouse ain't working again. Market likes to find value, and then it likes to balance around. Okay, that's what it does. Kind of poked its head down, kind of a little poke down, but then those buyers right up in this little area right here got a big financial interest. Okay, these buyers right here got a big financial interest. Okay, big financial interest from here. Whoops, from here to here, big financial interest. Does that make sense? And why would you try to short when you have institutions that got a financial interest to make money? Because that's all they think they want to do is make money. They want to make and they want to make a lot of it. Oh, we got a little selling balance that came in. Oh boy, look at that. But this is telling me something. Okay, this is telling me something. This right here, the moving average, is starting to flatline a little bit. Moving average is starting to flatline a little bit. Okay, the moving average is starting to flatline a little bit. That is telling me do not be going long or short up in this area. I know the 5 minute is sloping upwards. Okay. And if you want to go long, you go long with the 5 minute sloping upwards, and you've got the backing of buyers. And then you can go long. Are you trying to get in here and get out here? Get in here, get out here? No, you're not that good. At least I'm not. The gurus later on this evening are. Uh, yeah, they're that good. I'm not. I'm good enough for some base hits and pass evals. That's all I'm good for. Base hits and pass evals. That's all I'm good for. Nothing else. Uh, point of control shifted up here. So, yeah. It's like 1050. Holy smoke. Uh, yeah. So this So there's no error that got thrown on the dime. No error that got thrown on the order flow pulse. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I can't check my email because they'll bring it up in. Um. All right. This is interesting. Now that I said this is interesting, you had 83 sellers, 83 sellers. Okay, be careful because the moving average right here on the 5 minute, you see the 5 minute moving average? You see all this positive delta right here? Okay, you got to be careful with that. You guys see some serious selling. And here's the thing what a lot of people don't understand futures is not like stocks. That was kind of light volume coming down. Uh, futures is not like stocks. Stocks, you have a pool of shares. Okay. This could be interesting. Now you got the sellers starting to step in. Now you got them starting to, now you got them starting to take on the buyers. Okay. Uh, now you got them starting to take on the buyers. You got about 70 sitting on the bid at 937. You got them, but you got to be careful with the 5 minute. Look at that 5 minute moving average. It's still sloping upwards. Yes, we have some selling. Uh, but you got to look at all this delta right here. Okay, all this delta right here, you got to think about that. You got all that positive delta. And if you want to put it on 1 minute, you can do show volume, show profile, RTH, both. Okay. Let's take it off so we can get a better view of the 5 minute large volume profile. Okay. You got negative 51 delta and a close above it. So that got absorbed. Okay. This area right here, them sellers at 86 and that 51 negative delta, and we closed above, they got absorbed. Now you can take trades. It's very kind of risky to take it because you're below that moving average, but you're above the 5 minute. You can take kind of try and take stuff like this and try to get up in this area. Okay, that's okay to take, but you got to understand where is your stop. You got to adhere to your stop because if you do not, and they really start dumping this, you're going to get slaughtered. See, right now, if I would have taken that little divergence right there, that negative 51 and that 86, and you had it closed above here, once you once you get up into this area right here, you seriously need to move a break even and start trailing it up, okay, and start looking for a pop, okay. Just start looking for a pop, and maybe your target's up here about 25 points, okay. This is the kind of stuff that you need to be looking at. You had some sellers come in, but then you had these buyers right here. Okay, on the 5 minute, I'm over here on the 5 minute to your right. Look at all them buyers plus that moving average. You see how we came down to the moving average and kissed it and bounced off? Okay. This right here is where you really want to be just taking your profits, man. Don't be trying to go. If you can't get up there, no big deal. Just cut it. Okay. Just cut it. No reason to take a full stop out. That, in my opinion, that's just idiot. That's not good. If it does it again, I wouldn't double dip. No double, tripping, dipping on stuff like this. At least I don't. got to think you're here in this balanced market area, and you're right basically in the middle of it, sort of. I guess the middle's right here, but you get the idea. So we had 75 sell. We closed above. See, now they're starting to battle. Remember when I say financial interest in this area right here on the 5 minute? They got a financial interest, okay? But you got some sellers taking them on. And this is the thing with people, some people don't understand is the futures is not like the stock market. The stock market has a pool of shares. So you buy those shares, and if you make money, you sell them shares, okay? No one loses money that sold you them shares, okay? But in the futures market, it's a zero sum game. When you buy a contract from someone sold you that contract. So if you make money, they lose money. The futures market is totally different. Okay. The futures market is totally different. This is a very interesting area because right now we're starting to battle it out up in this area. Okay. So you might want to just stay the heck away. Just stay away. Let them battle it out. Okay. Let them battle it out. Uh, yeah, tick merge. Let's get this going like this. Yeah, let them battle it out. Yeah, I gotta work on this Dom. But I'm not getting any errors, which is a good thing. Yeah, about 50 sitting on the bid right there at 967. Look at all that green. You see the current 1 minute, all that green candle right there. Got all that green right there. That's actually pretty nice. You got a 5 minute. That's an inside bar, about 400 positive delta. It's kind of hard to be buying right here, though, to be quite honest. Market, we're right in the middle of consolidation area. See what I mean? If you actually try to buy that, now you get smacked down. Um, yeah, it's just kind of hard to buy up in this area. If you're looking for a short, you got to get this 5 minute closing below that moving average. This moving average is a Heikin-Ashi data, which Heikin-Ashi candles just mean average bar. They're good for we got high negative delta on the 1 minute. We got a stacked sell imbalance, but it needs to close. That 85 buyer, and if that buyer, if we close on this 1 minute red, that could be a shift in the momentum. Right now, they're kind of holding it off. Mm. So the 1 minute moving average starting to slope down, the 5 minutes starting to flatline. That's just telling me to just wait for good setups. We got about 3 minutes for the 5 minutes to do something. And it could dump and you miss a trade. Big deal. There's always another one right around the corner. Oh, yeah. What are you doing? You're going into 11 o'clock. You know, let me do something here. I don't want to stink and give everything back. So I'm just going to switch over to micros because I don't want to give my profits back. And if I want to keep trading, then I'll just go to micros. That's what I do. Some people will be like, well, you're already profitable and if you keep trading many, you should make more money. Well, you could also give it all back too. And the way I like to do it is if I'm green for the day and I want to keep trading, I will just switch to micros. And if I start giving a lot of it back, I wouldn't say a lot, but if I start giving it back, I'll just be done for the day. There's there's no reason. y- What you looking for? If you're new to trading and you got yourself an evaluation and you're new to trading, do not worry about passing the eval. Do not worry about getting paid. Don't worry about none of that. Okay, and I'm dead serious. Do not worry about that. You got 144. There was 150 sitting on a bid right there at 940. Um, they were sitting there. You got about 100. You got about 200 sitting there at 936, 937. Okay, you got 100 sitting there. They were going in and out. Okay, it could be little spoofing freaks. Got 151 sitting there. Yeah, this market's going to start moving fast. You got to be careful. Yeah, they're sitting on the bids right there. I wonder if they're going to get filled though. You got about 1 minute before this 5 minutes closes. You got a lot of them sitting there. All right, so we closed below the moving average, but it's still flatline, man. It's still flatline. Let's see what they are going to do. If you want to take a trade, take a stab at it. Go to a micro, scale in, scale out. Don't be giving back your profits. You got them sitting on a bed at 940, 938, 940. They're just sitting there. They keep coming in and out, little spoofing freakazoids. You got 140 positive, 150 positive delta on the current 1 minute, and we were going red on that. So that could be a shift. Yeah, look at the 5 minute. We got a sell and bounce up there around 965, somewhere up in there. Okay, we got a sell and bounce up above. We got a bearish engulfing candle that happened. Got a little doji candles happening right now. 5 minutes kind of flatlining. It's kind of telling me to sit on my hands. You got about 100 sitting on the bids. See all them bids? About 400. They keep coming in and out, so I can't keep reading that shit. They just keep coming out. Look at this crap. 32, 33, 34. You had about 100 of them. 300 stacking up there. About 500. Then they come in and out. Little spoofing freaks. Um, Whoops. The little spoofing freaks. The little spoofing freaks. I switched to micros, and the reason I switched to micros, and that's where you're seeing them little spoofing freaks right there, um, is because I don't want to get back all my profits. That's the thing. I'm green for today. I want to keep trading. I will trade micros. Look at that. Look at that. Are you going to run that up on thin volume? Look at that. Look at that. Now we're above the moving average. and we're flatlining, and again, rhythmic. Come on, man, step up to the plate. And this is total BS. This is just total BS with this. Now it catches up. Boy, they play some stupid ass games. I really need to go to CME connection feed with Ninja Trader. Do something other than this crap friggin' paper trading rhythmic fake prop firm connections. Um, yeah, like I said, financial interest. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? A little financial interest there. A little financial interest they got going on. A little financial interest going on right there. Okay. Uh, I don't know why you didn't want to get me out, but you freaking better. Boy, I can't stand these prop firms. Crap like this doesn't happen on stinking personal accounts. Oh, that's probably why. I think that was my fault. But they still stinking prop firms. I think that was my fault. Come on. We got all these sellers right here. See, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at all this area right here. Okay. Whoops. Can I get myself a drawing tool? We got this area right here. Okay. You got a lot of buyers and you got some sellers that are starting to step in. Not a whole lot, to be quite honest. Not a whole lot. I would seriously just wait. I tried to get me a stab at a long, but I would just think and wait. That's just my opinion. Okay, that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm green for the day. Don't need to be making stupid trades. Oh, I forgot to look at crude oil. The 930 inventories on the dime. I totally forgot that. Oh well. 11, 12. I'm gonna have to leave. I'm gonna have to leave at 11, like 11:40. I have to leave at around 11:40. All right, we're coming back down to the moving average, that stacked and balance area. This is where you want to see if the delta starts stabilizing and start moving up. And try to get a bounce off of that. They got about 200 negative delta, and they ain't going nowhere. But I still wasn't trying to do anything because you're right in the middle of a stinking range. Yeah. Yeah, I really. Really would not doing any. I wouldn't do anything. Right here in the middle of a range. Look at the 5 minutes. Look at this 5 minutes. We ran up. We're just in a balanced market area. Okay. We just really not doing much. Your money was made right here when I said, are they going to get caught with their pants down? Because these did. We closed above and we had these buyers right here. And then you had them sellers. Then we closed at it. And then you just kind of ran up. So the moving average is sloping upwards. So that is what you're looking for. Okay. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for. So if you want to get the add-on, it's like $95 for a whole year. It's like $8 a month. Now, what I'm going to be going to is going to a monthly subscription thing where it's like 1 month, 3 month, 6 months, 1 year. Okay. Now that 1 year is going to be like 50% off from the monthly. The monthly is like 19.95, and then one whole year is going to be like 120, and it's like $10 a month. So it's very cheap uh, for what you get. So with the order flow pulse and the heat map right now, that what most people are using, it's extremely cheap. You can use the heat map, and it's still cheap if you only use the heat map for book map. So that's what I'm planning on doing. What I'm planning on doing, and if you look, uh, that's what I'm planning on doing. So it'll be 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. So and when I do the my own order flow trading platform, when I do that, you'll be able to use it for free. Because I think I'm just going to hook up the same license key stuff for Ninja Trader add-on. You use whatever platform you want. Alrighty. Oh. All right. What we got going on? Oh, wow. Crude oil inventories, negative 1.9 million. Forecast is 2 million. That's old news. That was happening that happened like at 30. Yeah, there ain't much going on. I had a nice little run up. That was it. It's like 11:20. Yeah, so financial juice ain't nothing going on. 4 o'clock, you got like Tesla coming out at 4 o'clock. What we got? Oh, you got 78 buyers right there. 78 single order contract was 70 contracts in a single order. That's very interesting. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, very interesting. They let's see what that. Wow. Oh my word. That video got the best views out of anything within days. That's awesome. Um, okay. Yeah, see, right up in here is when people try to start shorting the market and they think they're going to get a big, huge collapse. They start shorting it, and they start shorting it, and they start shorting it, and they don't get nowhere. I mean, and they wonder why. Well, it's probably because of these people right here, these buyers. Probably because of them. They got a financial interest. These institutions like to make money, and they like to keep their money. Sometimes they battle it out like they've been doing a little earlier. Like right around 10:35, 11 o'clock up in this area. Had a nice little battle. Oh, we got 81? Yeah, but look at it. Single order, single order, largest contract, one. Very interesting. And then the point of controls right up here. So this is very interesting. Yeah. This market has been going up for a couple weeks, just straight up. Had one little red day that was yesterday. Other than that, it's been going straight the heck up. See stuff like this area right up in here. You can't. It's hard to trade that. You really need to be looking for stuff like this. Okay, you got to run up. You got 104 sellers right there. We closed right at it. Start breaking the high. You get yourself a little scalp right here. Okay, get yourself about 10, 15 points right there. You get a pullback. You can go in right here. Put your stop down here. You got a little micro pullback right there. You get more. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you need to be trading. Okay, trapped sellers. Trapped sellers. Right here, 78 trap seller. If you got in on the break of that, then you probably got stopped out right here. You had trapped sellers right here, and then you start breaking that area with volume, and maybe you get in a little bit late. Maybe you get out here for about 15 points. That's the kind of stuff you want to be looking for, is these trapped sellers when the moving average is sloping upwards. No, there's a shift and stuff because you have 172 negative delta and we closed above. 86 negative delta closed above. 89 negative delta closed above. So there's like a big shift coming, and you can kind of read that. That means that negative delta, and they're not getting anywhere. They're getting absorbed by the buyers, and finally, the buyers just had enough of their crap, and they cranked it all the way up. 137 sell. So we got some sellers. There's a nice old battle up in this area. I'd stay away. I would stay away. Seriously, stay away. Just wait until the dust settles. Okay. The market likes to find value. It found value to the upside. Now it's starting to balance around. We have an auction going on. Let the big dogs eat and play. Okay. Let them eat, and then you pick up the crumbs in what direction they want to go. We tried to take some sellers on, and they found resistance right up in this area because these buyers have a financial interest, and they just keep and they kind of pushed it up, kind of stalling up in this area. So we don't know what's going to happen after lunch. We just kind of have to wait and see. And with the news, I mean, news-driven environment like this is hard to trade. What? It's 11:30. We got to leave pretty soon. So that's pretty nice. Uh, Talking to the wife. Office doors open. Uh, yeah. I mean, if you're trying to short this market, good luck. You got to sit and wait. Uh oh. We got some volume coming in. That's what I thought. Why is this happening? Boy, they got absorbed. Huh. Got some buyers up here that got absorbed. 77 buyers in milliseconds that just got absorbed. Don't mean anything when you got the moving averages sloping upwards, though. Got to be, and they're starting to reclaim, I mean, we're up here in this area, too. Okay. We're right up here in this area. Okay. You had them buyers, and then we kind of sold off, and then they kind of ran it back up. So we don't know what's going to happen. 160 positive delta, 170. Are we going to break freaking all-time highs again? Man, this thing is just will not stop, will it? Boy, that government slush fund at work again. The government slush fund is working its magic. The government gave the market the blue pill going straight up. Okay. I ain't going to short you, man. You go right ahead. I mean, this is I mean, this is the thing. People try to short this raging market and they blow accounts. They wonder why. Why, man? It's overbought. Hold on. Uh, yeah, we got 10 minutes. Uh, you know how to do it, right? Uh, yeah, I wouldn't be trying to short this market, to be quite honest. So many people were trying to, I bet you so many people were trying to short it here, 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 and just below account, below account. For the email? No, lowercase. It really doesn't matter though. Oh, yeah. Just because we're below, you got to be careful with this moving average on this 5 minute. This thing is still moving upwards. And this moving average is a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a non exponential moving average. And Heikin-Ashi just means average bar in Japanese. So I thought that we would probably try and test once we started flatlining right up in this area on that moving average for the 5 minute. Once we started breaking this area right here, I thought for sure we'd at least come down here and test this area right here, but we did not for about 40 points. We did not. So I didn't even try to get in on the short because it just wasn't looking good on the 1 minute. Uh, because we had some sellers. You had some sellers step in and start taking on the buyers. Okay. And that's the thing. If you see the market raging up like this, okay, and you see a seller getting caught on the wrong side, you need to go long. Don't be trying to short a freaking market that's raging up. You get a seller right here and get all these buyers. Why the heck are you going to, do you really think that 84 sellers is going to be able to take out all these buyers with their financial interest? No. But so many people don't even see this and they see, oh, it's just going straight up, so I'm just gonna short it. I'm just gonna short it. I'm gonna short it, and then they wonder why they're blowing accounts. Or they short it up in here and then they're taking and they get a little profit and they come back to break even, then they get all frustrated. Okay. Uh, well, you kind of have to know what's going on with the big players. And I'm not seeing a lot of large single order contracts being slung in. I mean, this 34 seller right here, that 34 single order contracts right there. But large buy-in 60 right here, 10 right there. I'm not seeing a lot of large single order buy contracts. You need the facial? Okay. Uh, that's the thing. Why would you try to be, why? Because of the stochastics, MACD, or whatever told you it's thinking over bar, bought the RSI over a bar. I don't need none of that. I don't need none of that. Okay. I really don't even need the moving average, okay? I really don't even need that, okay? I can look at the stinking thing and know that it's going up. I can look at this and be like, okay, we're kind of flatlining. We're starting to get into a consolidation. You might want to wait, But hey, I kind of like do it just to keep me in the right direction. And the settings I'm using, this is the 5 minute. The settings I'm using for the 5 minute is aggregated large volume 75. Okay. I mean, I'm tick margin the 5 minute. Okay. Um, so each volume bar is 1 point, basically. So each one of these volume bars is 1 point. Okay. And the opacity of the volume bars depends on the delta. If it's dark, the volume bar is dark. That means high delta, positive, negative. If it's light, it just means it's just light delta. That's all that means. Oh, you have my phone. Okay. Um, yeah, that's all that means. Uh, so, if anything, if you want to watch me, you'll be able to watch and be like, no, maybe I don't want to short because, or maybe you get the add on and you do this for yourself and you're thinking about going short, and then all of a sudden you see all these stinking buyers, and you're like, well, why the heck am I going to go short? They're just pushing this crap up. Man, I will be so glad when this Middle East stuff is over and I can go back to my range bars and just hyper scalp this. I could possibly do it now, but the market is just, I don't like trading when we have the world is in chaos. Okay, I don't like trading hyper scalping like that. Uh, I got a video out there of how I passed 5 evals. Okay, and I'm still working on these 5 funded accounts. Actually, a blue one because I got caught up in news twice and it kind of slaughtered me. So 5 of those funded accounts, one of them got blown because I got caught up in news twice in one day. I got caught up in news and blew it. And I was trading like 3 minis at a time on the NQ, and it got blown. But that video is actually doing pretty good. Got the highest views out of all of them. It's only been out there for a few days. It's called Past 5 Evals. Here's exactly what I did. Yeah. And that's on 40 range bars. Years ago, I traded 32 range bars, made decent money. The market's a little wacky, so I upped it to 40 range bars. And when the ATR goes all whacked out of its mind, crazy, I just don't trade at all. When the VIX goes all crazy and the ATR, 1 minute ATR goes all crazy, I just step aside. I'm not going to get run over. I just step aside, let the dust settle, go back to my base hits. So many people see these YouTube gurus, uh, which this is how they work. They buy 10 evals, they blow about eight or nine of them, and they show you the ones that they passed. Okay, yeah, we gotta get going. I'm gonna put this on mute. But that's how they do it. They just buy a whole bunch of evals. Maybe they spend like $5,000 and they make $10,000 for the month. And they net 5,000. Who knows? I don't know. But me, I can't trade like that. To me, that's just being a degenerate gambler. I just can't trade like that. Here, out to lunch, right back, 30. Yeah, I'll be out to lunch. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Doo, doo, doo. All right. Well, we ain't done very much. We ain't done very much. Look at that. Not much at all. Yeah, we're just going to kind of bounce around probably. Well, 5 minutes starting to flatline. You got some sellers up in here, sellers up in there. You really just got to sit and wait, man. I mean, I'll be honest. I wouldn't try and short this thing. Um, yeah, we're just sitting here grinding, just grinding away. I wouldn't try and short the market to be quite honest. I mean, it's 12:15. I really wouldn't be doing anything. It's lunchtime. Um, I mean, if you look at this, I mean, you had sellers tried to have some sellers come in there 137. Then they kind of ran it up. Then had some sellers at 107 sellers and milliseconds, and it ran that up. You had this seller at 91 with negative, and look at all that negative delta too. Negative delta, ran it up. Uh, I mean, I need to fix that stuff right there. Um, yes, I really wouldn't try to be shorting this thing. I really wouldn't be doing anything to be quite honest. Let's take a look at what old crude oil did. Okay, that's good. I didn't get no stinking errors so far. Hopefully, I think Ahmad that is using a Dom. Hopefully, here, let me. I was gonna blank out my screen so I can check my email, but I'll check that later. I'm gonna have to cut the stream around 2 o'clock because I got to go do something at 2 o'clock. So I'll be cutting the stream. I'll be back on at 9:15 tomorrow, as usual. We'll go over what the market's doing. Uh, let's take a look at a pulse chart. Let's take a look at pulse chart. Let's see what old CO. I was thinking about trading some crude oil, and I did this morning pre market. I traded some crude oil. Uh, when it had the big huge spike down, then it started running back up on some stacked imbalances. I got in, got me green. I got in, it spiked up. I moved to a break even. Then I just once it started moving up again, I just closed it out. Let's look at that 5 minute. Do you guys really want a 30-minute? We got 5, 15. What I can add a 30-minute. That's not a problem. Um, I need to start working on some basic charts. No footprint charts, no order flow charts, just a basic chart with the bubbles. And that's basically it. Uh, I don't know. Here, let's just go a 5-minute. We'll just do a regular candle. Let's see what old crude oil did. Let's load into history. Let's see what old crude oil did. Now these are my settings for crude oil. The delta surge I have 50 to 3 to 2. I don't know if that'll be good or not. Thank you. I don't know. Aggregated volume large 30. I don't know. I'm still testing out crude oil. If you trade crude oil and you find out some good settings, send me an email. I'll be trading some crude oil. Be trading me some crude oil. Uh, Boy, this is actually pretty good. Do the moving average today. But so that was probably the 10:30. No, 10:30 inventories really didn't do much. It just kind of ran up. I thought it moved more than that, but I guess not. I don't trade crude oil. Crude oil. Haven't traded it in quite a while. This is where I traded it. It was early this morning, right up in this area, I think. And then I got the stacked and balanced, and it kind of ran up, and then I just got out. Um, but crude oil, I don't know. And crude oil on a 2-minute chart. Now, a 2-minute chart is a pretty good sweet spot chart. Yeah, I ain't going to short that. 2 minutes, a pretty decent sweet spot. See, look at this. On a 2-minute, it's a pretty decent sweet spot, and it adheres to the like right up in here. You could probably just get in right up in here. Maybe get yourself $100 because I don't let it. If I'm in and it pops like that, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe sell one, move to a break even, and try to get it. And I would have gotten stopped out on that because it broke the imbalance area right there, and I probably would have gotten break even, would have gotten got. So that's no big deal. Yeah, crude oil on a 2 minute is actually a pretty good sweet. Actually, anything on a 2 minute, like the ES to NQ, that's pretty good. Now this stacked imbalance right here would have been really good, right up in this area. Stacked imbalance right up in there. Come right up to this area, you get stuff about $500. That would have been a really nice trade. I might trade some crude oil. I haven't traded crude oil in years. Okay, before Top Step even came out. Uh, well, look at that crude oil just friggin' going at it, ain't it? Oh well. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Let me eat my sandwich. We ain't got much going on. Um, wow, that one video is kind of out. Friggin' do another one. Yeah. What kind of flatlining? I really wouldn't be going long or short. I mean, look at this. We ran up. We're in this area right here. Okay. We're in this area right here. And we're just going up, down, up, down, up, down. And it's kind of getting tighter and tighter. I really wouldn't be doing anything. There's a time, there's a time to trade and a time to sit on your hands. And when you see something like this in a 5 minute where you have buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, do not trade this area. And if you do want to trade this area, go in lightly and just play the ping pong. Okay. You come in here, you get in here, you sell here. Get in here, sell here. If you get in here and it starts cracking it, then you just gotta take your loss. I don't trade like that. Some people do. The way I like to trade is I'm not gonna get the whole move from here to here and get 150 points. Okay. And you might have a guru later tonight that shows you they got that. Maybe they blew 4 or 5 accounts and they finally got themselves a winner. I mean, a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then they just show you that account. And like, hey, I got me a 5 to 1, got me 100 pointer. You can do the same thing if you buy my $500 course. I mean, that's the way they play. But what I like to do is just look at the 5 minute. If it's green and move it. All right, here, let me eat this. Now, explain this to you. A trading plan is very simple. Moving average, sloping upwards, check. Green candle, check. Look for longs on the 1 minute. Okay, that's just very easy. Just use the 5 minutes context, kind of find out where all the players are. Now, right on the 1 minute, we saw these sellers get caught on the 1 minute. Okay, those sellers, we saw them get caught. And then that's when I said earlier, are they going to get caught with their pants down? Well, sure enough, they did, and their booty got hung out. Well, yeah. Did I catch the bottom and the top? No. Let's look at a profile. See how this is shaping up. Could be a nice P shape. Which, man, they have been running this thing all the way up. We're just going to go on a RTH. We're just going to look at 15 days. 30 minute. We'll go switch to a 5 minute. Look at a 64, I guess. Yeah. Here, let me take the overnight point of control out. We didn't even get to the overnight lows. I'm look at this. Haven't gotten to the overnight lows. Yesterday when I was trading the ES, we broke the lows and then we got in on a trade on that. That was actually pretty decent. We got in on long on that. I mean, it hasn't broken the lows. It normally doesn't break the lows, and we've just been going straight up. I mean, this is just like one little red day right there, two little red days. So we've just been going straight up. I guess it's government money working at its finest. I mean, we're right here at the highs. I mean, there's no way I can go long or short. I mean, look at this. Let's bring this over here. You got well, you had 280 sitting on the bid over there. You got 120 sitting there at 965. I mean, and you got 300 sitting on the offer, 178 sitting on the offer, 27,000, about 400, 500 sitting on the offer. I mean, where's it going? You got 300 sitting there at 968. And you had 100 up in there. I mean, you got a lot of spoofing going on. You got you got a lot of spoofing going on. See, they yanked that crap because it didn't get filled. If you look at this, they yanked that crap, it didn't get filled. 100 sitting there at 963. Are they going to get filled? Yeah, come on, man. Little spoofing freaks. You gotta be careful if you're trying to go short. Make a little box right there. You see that right there? All of them buyers, 87, 126, 132, 83, 92, 87. Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of stinking buyers up in there. You got a lot of sellers up in here too. But I mean, They closed below the 5 minute, which is good. It's starting to roll over, starting to curl back over. That's a good sign if you're looking to go short, but I just wouldn't do it right now. You gotta have confirmation. You gotta have confirmation to be doing stuff like that. You're not looking. Well, maybe you are. I mean, you're not looking to get short here and then cover here for 125 points. Okay. I mean, can you take about 4 or 5 evals and possibly get that? Yeah. Maybe you got 4 or 5 evals and you're willing to blow 3 or 4 of them. Go for it. But what I would like to see is something a little bit like this. Actually, not even that, because look at that wick right there. We tried to sell and we had that wick. This is what I want to see. I want to see a nice red candle with the buyer stepping in and the candle closing below it. And then we get in on the break of that with the delta surging downwards. And then you try to get in on a short. And as soon as you get green a little bit, about 10 points, you move to a break even, see if you can't get a dump. Maybe sell one and get yourself a runner. That is how you want to do this. You have sellers willing to step up. Okay. You got people selling that's willing to sell. Okay. They just need enough. You need to have more than the buyers. You got to have enough momentum. And with this 5 minutes starting to flatline and kind of roll back over, that's a good sign. But if we close above it, man, you're done for the day. Okay. Well, actually, I am, anyways. I got my funded count a little bit green. I'm done. I ain't pushing my luck. I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. I ain't got nowhere to go tomorrow. I can trade all day. I mean, look at this. You got 100 negative delta, and the daggone thing is pushing green, looking to close above the friggin' moving average. They are not letting this thing down. Look at this. Okay, that delta got absorbed. Let me look at the delta on this. Okay, actually, the delta was right up there at top. Okay, we had some down up in here. These are delta candles. Okay, that pretty a lot of delta up in there. Had real negative delta right up in here. But look, big negative delta, and we just moved up here. Okay, I mean, look at this. They're just propping this shit up. I- Don't go short. You can't. Okay, you just can't. I mean, if you want to look at a footprint chart, I mean, you can look at a footprint chart and see what they're doing. And as you can see here, they're just propping this crap up. They're just, and these are numbers coming in. They just run it up. You know, you need confirmation. Are you going to get the whole move? No. Can you get a piece of the pie and get someone to move? Absolutely. Why not? But you got to do it in the right context. Okay. You just got to sit and wait. Look at that on this 5 minute, 141 negative delta. And we got a spending top like a little doji right there. I mean, this is not what you're looking at. You've got to go short. You've got these buyers right here, these buyers have got a financial interest. Okay. These buyers have got a financial interest. Do I know if they're already out? I have no idea. I don't know the trade IDs. I don't know who bought it. We don't get to trade IDs as retail traders. We're not part of the big boy club. If you're part of the big boy club, then you get all the information you want. But we're not privileged enough. Our bankroll ain't that good. So without the trade IDs, I don't know what the heck's going on. Who's doing what? All I know is the numbers are coming in. And these aren't retail traders. Retail traders are 5% of the volume in the futures market. Totally different in stocks. Totally different in stocks. Okay. But in the futures market, the big boys own it. The banks, institutions, market makers, they own this is their realm. They own it. Retail traders are just 5% of the market volume. Now that might change when see this is another thing. I don't know when this is gonna happen. Here, let me bring this up. Some of you might not know this. I am extremely excited about this. A little concerned, but extremely excited. Uh, Yeah, the PDT rule. Now it's only a $2,000 requirement as effective as of now. I don't know if Lightspeed has actually gotten in on that or not. I like Lightspeed. And here's another thing: if you actually do want to trade, uh, like low float pump and dumps or whatever like that, pre market. I've got a pre market scanner. I wrote it in Rust because I used to trade pre-market low float pump and dumps, and I had an API feed for a news, and I would search for like phase two technology stuff. It was all low float pump and dump pieces of crap. That's why you see me move. That's why you see me move to a break even very quickly, take profits, move to a break even, see a little bit of weakness, I flatten it. It's just all from pump and dump days. Yeah, however they want to build their money. They do it. See me grow launch single. This is what I'm extremely excited about this summer about futures trading. CME Group to launch single stock futures. This is going to be fantastic. It's not going to be all of them. It's going to be about 50 plus. Okay, you've got like Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, uh, all the alphabet people. And you're going to have part of the S&P 500 in there, the S&P 500 NASDAQ stocks. Okay, this is going to be really stinking awesome. Okay, hopefully it will be really awesome. What the one thing I'm concerned about is, are they going to have micros with this? I have no idea. Are they going to have micros with it? I just don't know. And if and you know that they're okay, CME spent a lot of money to get this going. So you know they've already done their research and they've already had went out to lunch with the big boys and be like, "Hey, if we do this with stocks, are you guys going to be slinging some volume around?" They've already talked to the market makers, be like, "Hey, once we launch this, we need liquidity. Are you willing to step up to the plate?" So they're going to be doing all this. The one thing I'm concerned about is it going to be like minis, okay? Um, where they only have minis, where like, maybe like, one contract is 100 shares. I don't know, I'm just saying, you know, and are you gonna be able to just sling around minis, or are you gonna be able to sling around micros? I have no idea, but they have done their research, and they do know that it's going to be a thing with volume because they've already talked to the institutions and market makers. Yeah, are the prop firms going to use them? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. More than likely they will, but here's the thing about the prop firms. They're going to do their research first to see if they can rip us off. I'm just saying, that's what they're going to do. They're going to see, can we rip them off? You know, can we screw them? You know, because these prop firms, they're all about making money. Okay, here's my opinion. More than likely, these prop firms are going to be all over this. And the reason for it is because the PDT rule being lowered to 2000 is going to put a hit on these fake prop firms. Okay. Because now people that have like $2,000, are they going to start trading stocks and be like, screw these fake prop firms, my money, my rules? So I'm pretty sure things are going to shift this year for these prop firms. I'm pretty sure things are going to shift. All right. We got volume coming in. I don't know if this is rhythmic doing this or what. See what I say? I don't know if it's rhythmic doing this or what the heck is going on. Uh, but that's why I was a little scared to trade this morning because of some of this stuff. Get about 150 sitting on the bed at 9.5. At 9.5, you got about 100 sitting on the bed. You got about 400 sitting up here in around 9.5 area. Okay, 48 to 52. So you got to be careful, folks. They are playing some serious games today. Um, we're still in this area where I would not be shorting. We're still in this area where I would not do not. I mean, look at this. We closed above previous 5 minute. We closed above the moving average. Is still starting to curl back over. But man, you got to be careful. Probably the best thing to do if you're green for the day. I'm green for the day. I'm not trading anymore. If you're green for the day, the best thing to do is just come back tomorrow. Don't be giving back profits. Let's come back tomorrow. The best money is made from 9:30 to 11:30. Trade first 2 hours and be done for the day. Okay, that's I'm serious. For me, that is because I've ran the stats. Yeah, see this. This is a news-driven environment. This is why I can't scalp uh, 40 range bar stuff because this news-driven is just not conducive. That video, uh, how I passed 5 evals. Here's exactly how. That was done before all this Iran Middle East crap started. And I blew one of those funded accounts because I got caught up in news twice in one day, and it blew it. And I was trading 2 3 minis. So it's yeah. I'll be glad when all this is over. Once these world leaders can start acting like adults. Uh, yeah, we got some. Okay, right up in here, I'm looking at all right, we're below the point of control. The DOM is still in beta. I'm still working on this. It's functional. You can use it. Uh, Just be careful. Um, I mean, I've traded off of this a couple weeks ago, but now that I have time, now that Live Pulse, and now that I've refactored the Pulse heat map to use pre-rendered bitmaps, and the performance is a lot better. You see how they're propping this crap right back up? Yeah, you gotta be careful. Uh, Now that I got the stuff kind of locked down pretty good, my focus is now is over to the DOM. Once I get the DOM locked down and all that is really good, then I'm going to move over to building out a volume profile. Like the volume profile window that I have now is just, I kind of put that together just to have something so I wouldn't have to use TradingView. Um, I mean, Motivwave has got a pretty nice one. Uh, but yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. Once this DOM is locked down and you have all the user settings in there that you want and stuff, and you can start trading off the bid and ask columns, uh, then I'm going to move my focus over to the volume profile and get a nice volume profile, delta profile daily chart going. And then once that is done, then I will more than likely be moving into building out my own order flow trading platform that can be that will use Windows, Linux, Macs, uh, and you'll be able to use that for free if you have the add-on from NinjaTrader. I'm not going to. It'll be stupid for me to charge people twice for something they already have. That's just kind of idiotic. So if you already have NinjaTrader add-on, well, you can use NinjaTrader, or later this year, probably towards the end of the year when I get my own order flow trading platform up and running, if you have a license key from NinjaTrader, you'll just use the same key for that platform. Uh, but yeah, and then that platform will probably have different stuff than the add-on will, just because I'll have 100% control. Right now, I don't have 100% control. I'm locked into the NinjaTrader system, which is fine. It's a great system. It's fine. Uh, I mean, NinjaTrader has been around for quite a long time, so it's a pretty solid trading platform. It's been around for a long time. Man, this is so tempting. Like, if you if you really want to trade, you can go down into micros and start doing stuff. I mean, you're right here in the middle of the range. You can go into the micros if you want to do stuff. Uh, and the hotkeys. Or do I have hotkeys? Yeah. So hotkeys disabled, and then you can do hotkeys enabled. Uh, you have Shift B to buy, Shift S to sell, Shift C to cancel, Shift F to flatten. You do Shift E for break even. Uh, so yeah, it's the hotkeys are working, and also you can do it on the chart here. You can throw the hotkeys on the chart. The chart you can enable the hotkeys there as well. So I mean, they're all there, and it's all good. Um, like I said, I want to get the DOM uh, wrapped up pretty solid, and then what I can do is start working on the volume profile, and then after that, I'll get some really nice features like the chart trader. Chart trader's working; it needs to be better. Hotkeys are working; they need to be better. Well, you got a stacked buy and balance area right there. Let's see if it actually holds. 115, you got 89 on the dom. These are the single orders that happened earlier, okay, on the dom. That buying balance got taken away and we're forming a wick. Um, the only thing I'm a little concerned about, if you try and take a trade right here, this is why I like using a dom, is because you got a lot of heavy orders right up in here. Okay, you got 34, 24. You got a lot of heavy orders, and plus, look at all this negative delta right up in here. You don't have a whole lot of positive delta for support. Okay, you're not like you do up here in 27,000 up in the highs. Okay, so this is, and also if you look right here, you see all that negative delta right there. That's what I'm looking at up in here. Okay, this is just kind of a little bit more zoomed in. Um, So this is you see what I just talked about, not a whole lot of support uh, for positive delta. I'm a big believer in delta. Okay, this is wow. Do I don't know. I'm not going to do that. Boy, look at him. Look at him running that thing right back up. Right back up. Look at that. 23, 11, 19, 20, 9 over 19, 1 over 24 over 16. I mean, they just ran that thing right back up. They could be leaving this thing up here today. It's 1 o'clock. They could leave it up here. We have no idea. Okay, I mean, you got to cancel, no working orders. Bam, you can hit flat, already flat, no orders or positions. So all these are working for the dom. I need to get the dom kind of locked down pretty solid. Uh, there's some things I want to do for the dom. Man, okay. Previously, you had a large seller up here, single order, a large buyer, single order. So and if you want to keep trading and you've made money, just go to the micros, man. You can just go to the micros and see what it's going to bring you. Uh, but as you can see here, right here, the little blue bar right there, the little blue bar tells me my average entry is that blue bar. That's my average entry. 982 is my average entry right now. Um, so what I would like to do is once I know that all the data race conditions and the threading issues are worked out of the DOM, I'm going to move on into actually executing orders right off the bid and ask column. So you can start executing orders and put your stops up there and stuff like that. But like I said, the DOM is going to be a focus here now. It's going to be a focus of interest. It is going to be a focus of interest. Are they, what are they going to do with this thing today, man? We have no idea. 970, you had like 60, 70 on the bid and they keep refreshing. So that's pretty decent. Um, I don't know what they're going to be doing. You see how now it says 979? It says 979. That's just it'll update the little blue bar on the price column that tells you your average price. That'll give you your average price. Yeah, we just don't know. I'll probably end up cutting this thing. I don't want to keep screwing around. But oh, here we go, folks. Come on, CME, catch up. Rhythmic, catch up. Um, you know what I really need to do? I really need to get the CME data feed. I really need to get the CME data feed. Uh, I had it on TradingView and then I just canceled it. Uh, I need to get it hooked up for Ninja Trader, to be quite honest. So, and then it gives you your quantity, your P&L, your market buy 1 MNQ June 26. It just gives you some information. Ooh, we might have to cut this. This 5 minutes not shaping up pretty good. So that is it. We got a selling balance. Come on, man. We got a buyer. What are they doing with this market? It's like 1 o'clock. They just propping this crap up. Okay, we've got a buy of 142.42 single order contracts. We closed below the moving average, but it looks like they're propping this thing right back up again. Yep, they just propping it right back up. Hundred 40. Okay. Uh, I didn't have problems like this yesterday, but I got them today. Yeah, I was frozen up. I don't know. I didn't have these problems yesterday. I mean, these are some crazy. I mean, this is just crazy because alrighty. O'clock. Very good news. I have just been informed that the okay. Some news came out. I froze up, and then we pop. Man, I really we got to get away from this news stuff. This has been going on way too long. This is just not. This is just. We have been going on way too long with this crap. All right, got about an hour left. Let's bring up the heat map. Um, NQM6. We'll go ahead and clear that out. Do 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 do. Let's bring up the old heat mapper. I'm just wondering, we're gonna have issues on that. Here, that's on Sim 101. That's fine. I'm not gonna you got Chart Trader on this. You've got hotkey. What are my settings down here? My settings for the heat map: minimum volume of 5, resting orders of 10. Okay, maybe you can bump that up to 15. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Get nice clear signals. See what we can do. You know, ooh, wait a minute. Like, you got some nice clear signals. The heat map seems pretty decent. I'm gonna see if the heat map lags, or is it because of the DOM? I need to refactor this DOM. The threading issues could be a problem. Hmm. Well, we got, if you try to, so if you do a hotkey, if you do hotkeys, it goes right in and it shows you right there on the chart trader. If you don't have chart trader enabled, it still shows you your entries and stuff for the hotkeys. And I think what I need to do is, if you don't have chart trader or hotkey enabled, it shouldn't show you anything, I guess. I don't know if that's how people want it to be. And if you have take profit, you can do it. You can move your take profit up there if you want. You can move your stop down in this area. You can cancel them, things like that. If you just want to flatten the trade, you can just come in here and just click the X button, and that just flattens the trade. So that's actually pretty nice. So the chart trader is all working. The hotkeys are all working for the heat map. Let's see if the heat map has lag issues, which I've been trading this thing for weeks and I ain't had a problem. Oh, look at that. Yeah, this could be the DOM issue, man. This could be a DOM issue. Wow, boy, they are just cranking this thing up, ain't they? Yeah, I'm gonna have to really look into the code of this DOM tonight. Um, hmm. Yeah, let's keep this running. I'm gonna be on until 2 o'clock. Let's keep this running until then. I'll keep the heat map running until then. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't try and short this market at all, to be quite honest. This thing will go as high as they wanna push it. So if we go lower to settings, that should put some more strain on it. Let's see what this looks like. We'll see what that looks like, put a little bit more strain on it. I just need to spend time on the DOM to really refactor and get the performance of that DOM up and running. The problem is I'm trying to do too much on it. The DOM is fine. Let's see here. The DOM is fine unless you have a burst. Okay. The DOM is fine until you have a burst of volume. Then it lags. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, man. So you had a pullback. I was writing notes. Uh, this is, I wasn't paying attention. I was writing notes. Hopefully you guys are paying attention. We have a run up. We have pullback. We had 293 delta. Then it just kind of came down to the moving average. The 5 minute is still green, moving upwards, and then you had a little doji candle, and then you had a break of that. That's actually a pretty good sign. Maybe you can get yourself 10 points out of this. Or is it 10 points? 11 points. Maybe you can get 10 point. Whoops. Maybe you can get 10 points out of that right up in there. Uh, but that's how it normally works. Like right now, once we popped up into this area right here, pretty close to 10 points, and again, this is just me trading and pump and dump pieces of crap. I just moved to a break even. Of course, when I was pre-market trading, you can't do that. You just have to do a mental stops. Uh, but that's how usually this is played. Ooh, look at that. Mm-mm-mm. This is why you take some off the table and just move to a break even and see if you can get a run. Or you can just buy more down in there, you know? And down here, kissed it, buy more. I just don't like how it tripped up and just kind of fell on its face. Got 63 sitting on a bid at 010. So if you want to get the heat map, you want to get the order flow pulse, I mean, uh, right now, yeah, it's like $95 for the whole year. That's the only option I have. And what I'm getting ready to do is switch it over to 1 month, 3 month, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, and 1 year. Okay. So right now, it's the best price of $8 a month if you go for a whole year. Um, but that's what I'm looking to do. And I might actually execute that this weekend. I'll be flipping the switch probably. And it's going to be like I'm thinking the 1 month, the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, and 1 year. Basically, the 1 month is 19.95. You can do 3 months for $45, 6 months for $75, and a whole year for 120, which is basically $10 a month. If you want to take trades like this, kind of short, you got to be careful. Uh, the 5 minute moving average is still sloping upwards, so you're counter trend trading. You got the 1 minute that's kind of getting ready. It looks like it's rolling over, but you got to be careful. You've got a 100 delta on a candle that's getting ready to close green. So, and plus you had all these buyers right here. You see these buyers right here. You had those right there. And are they going to defend that area? More than likely, who knows? Normally this normally that would be a nice buy right there, 57 delta, 57 negative delta with a green candle is usually a go sign, but we've extended quite far, to be quite honest. So you got to be careful with that. Maybe you don't want to go in your full size. Okay, maybe just go in half or whatever. And then when you get a pop like that, you move to a break even, then you can start trailing up your stop below these numbers right here. Okay. Now, the thing is, you can cancel your stop if you want to move it. I need to create a tab to move it up here, like, like right here, and just keep moving that up. Uh, like maybe you see how I moved it up? It cancels it, moves it up. I need to get a tab built in here so I can kind of move it up to like this. That's what I need to do. Uh, right now we're up 70, 65 ticks. We're up 70 ticks. And also I need to switch that up. I need to switch that up. This right here, the 70 ticks. I need to switch that up to points or the actual money size. And then you just flatten the trade if you want to flatten it. But this is a pretty decent. You had these buyers right here. You're not looking to go short. You're not looking to go short because you have those buyers right there that push this thing up. Then all of a sudden, you've had 57 negative delta with the close right here. And then that's basically a go sign for about 20 points. Okay. That's how that is played. At least that's how I like to play. And also you had a little one right here. You had a run up right here. You had a little micro pullback. You had a negative 23 delta and we closed above it. not much of a big shift, but a little bit, and then we came up here and popped. Of course, that was the news, so you really can't. All that was just news driven. So that's what that is. Oh, let me get this back here. But yeah, that's how it's done. Um, yeah, I need to put a video out there. There is a video on the channel. Here, let me bring this up. There's a video on the channel. It goes off a 40 range bar. What I am going to do, I need to sit down and do a video explaining this. Uh, or you can watch the live stream, and then after about a week or two, you will really get to know this, and you won't have to follow me. Um, where is YouTube Studio? Um, here. This right here, this video, five past evals. Let's see, past 5 evals. Here's exactly what I did. This right here tells you exactly how I trade. Okay, this is using 40 range bars. Now used. That's how I traded passing those evals before the Iran conflict happened. So that video on the channel is really good. The order flow pulse configuration, this right here, order flow pulse install configuration. If you want to understand what all those settings means, that's a good one. The education section of the site, because it's only me doing this. The education section of the site with the videos, that's going to be updated uh, with some free videos. Uh, but the main thing is, this is the main thing that I really look for, and this is really hard to be trading off of news. Uh, the main thing that I look for is this moving average sloping upwards? Yes. Is the is are is the 5 minute green? Yes. Okay. If you're sloping upwards on the moving average, and you have a red bar like this, I do not trade. I do not take longs on a 40 range or a 1 minute. This is basically what I use the 5 minute chart for, is just basic context of the market. Like right up in this area, I wouldn't even trade. Okay. Start breaking out of this area, you can start taking longs. Okay. Except for maybe in that little spinning top candle. But the moving average needs to be sloping upwards. And then you start looking for longs here on the 1 minute if the moving average is sloping upwards, which it is. Moving average sloping upwards. So you start looking for runs. Do not get FOMO. Look for a pullback. You see how that delta right there is very low? That delta is like 5, -5, -1, -23, and then all of a sudden we close above it. Well, you can get in on the break of that and put your stop down here and then try to get a run. Once you start seeing a spinning top with a negative delta, just start taking some off the table. But as soon as you get a pop, you move to a break even. You have to protect your capital to stay in the game. If it's personal account, if it's eval, if it's funded, you got to have capital to execute trades. We've extended quite far, like right up in this area. I probably wouldn't even be putting on a trade, because if you take a look at this, we've extended off in these quite a bit. Okay, you got some buyers up here, sellers. You got a seller here. You kind of closed below the buyers right here. That's a little bit of absorption. You had a wick right here on this candle, and you closed. I mean, you got some absorption happening up top. So maybe you just want to stay out. Once I get all of this locked in, like the order flow pulse, the chart, and the heat map stuff, that's all good. I really need to find out the issues with the DOM, and then I can start creating education videos. And another thing you want to look at is you want to look at the volume on the 5 minute right here. You see how that volume is low? Normally, when you break that kind of stuff, it travels down pretty quickly, especially when you got a lot of selling right there. And the reason it does it because there's no interest up in this area. There's no volume. There was no interest. Like this candle that went green. Okay, you had a trapped seller. When I say trapped seller, which means we were trading above the moving average. Okay, that's good. It's green. That's good. You had a seller step in. You had sellers step in. 80 sellers within milliseconds step in. Right here on the 5 minute, you've got nice big green volume being filled out. It's not thin. It's not thin. It's not thin like it is right here. It's not thin. It's pretty thick. So we traded down up in this area, which was fine. And then once you broke this area, you got that nice big thick volume right there. You can come up in here. Once you start seeing the selling volume starting to kick in, you just want to start cutting, taking profits and cutting the trade. A 5 minute is very important to be looking at as far as for the volume. The 5 minutes is very important to look at for a volume of where you are at in the main context of the market. Right now, we're sloping upwards, which means we are definitely bullish again because basic auction market theory is this is what the market likes to do. The market likes to run up and find value. It found value and we got into a big auction area where all we did was just chop around. Now the market found value to the upside because of the news, and more than likely will chop around. It could find value back down to the downside later. We have no idea. And also, I look at the bubbles here with all these buyers right here. I look at the bubbles because I'm looking at it as a financial interest, and I'm looking at that as support. Okay, so I'm looking at that. This right here, all those buyers, well, those aren't retail traders, okay? Not slinging around this kind of size. And plus, retail trader is only 5% of the market, to be quite honest. Uh, so we came down to here. We ran up. We came down. And you see how we just kind of stayed in this area right up in here with all these buyers? We just kind of stayed in this area. We did not get down in here. Now, once you start seeing stuff like this, like a run up and a pull back, and you see some sellers step in and we're trading above, that's a go sign. Okay. But then again, look at that. We started basing around. So when you get into areas like that, you just want to not trade. Just don't trade. Don't be trying to short the market because you think it went too high. Don't be trading the market because you think it went too high. That's not a trading plan. Okay. Just because of the stochastics, MACD, RSI, whatever lagging indicator you got, just because that says it's overbought doesn't mean the stinking thing will go down. It can get what's called embedded. When you have a embedded stochastics, that thing can keep climbing. I guarantee if I brought up a stochastics, the stochastics would be embedded on a 5 minute. It would probably be curled down and then ran up and then just got embedded all day long. Okay, that's a lagging indicator. When you trade the order flow long enough and you get good enough, you don't need those stinking indicators. I don't even need the moving average. Okay, but I just use it for context. And plus, a lot of people like it. My main thing is I look at imbalance areas. We ran up. Okay, that's what I'm looking at is imbalance areas. Uh, 11:30. So I think I have to work on some of the U. I think it's the UI that's well. I think the DOM has an issue with high volume being kicked in and it just lags it and it's not able to, the user interface is not able to keep up. And I have to refactor some code with the DOM to get that going. I did it here with the order flow pulse before I even gave this out to people. Man, this thing I had a hard time with it. That thing would lag and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Friggin' threading issues, everything. I learned quite a bit with C sharp and threading. Stuff I didn't know. Of course, if I had my choice, I would have wrote this in Rust. But NinjaTrader uses C sharp and WPF for the user interface. The WPF is used for the interface. You got some big selling coming in, big negative delta. With this heat map, with the heat map, let me see if I can't move this around. Yeah. So the threading issues for the user interface is fine on the heat map. When you see real dark bubbles, that means high delta, high negative delta. Dark green bubbles, high positive delta. Okay, that's what that means. Like that 51 right there, that's just low negative delta. That's all that is because the opacity in the bubble is low. So that's low negative delta. Up, you got some high negative delta. High negative delta on that 40 right there. That's what that means. And of course, it's getting absorbed, as you can see right here on the 1 minute. Is that a go sign? No. No, because right now it looks like we're heading into a little auction area back and forth again. Okay. Like I said earlier, the market likes to do this. Market likes to run up, market likes to find value. The market will run up and then it'll try to find, it'll auction around until it tries to find more value either to the upside or down to the downside. You have to be aware of once it starts doing this, runs up and it doesn't bounce and it fails, and then it starts running back up, you're like, wait a minute, looks like we could be going into a consolidation area and I'm not going to get my butt chopped up. Okay. So you just stay away. Just stay away. The moving average is probably starting to 5 minute moving average still sloping upwards, but look at the 1 minute. 1 minute is just starting to flatline a little bit. This is telling me to stay away. Okay. You're not looking to get a move, the whole move. You're looking to get a piece of the pie. You're looking to put the odds in your favor and just get a piece of the pie. Okay. You're not looking to get a move from here to here and make yourself 70 points, but can you get, but can you be good enough to go from here to here and get yourself 25 points? Sure. like an old mentor said, don't be a pig and get slaughtered. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Do not be a pig. Take your base hits and move along, folks. Take your base hits and move along. Do you think these professional prop firm traders at these real trading firms do the full porting degenerate style crap? No, they don't, because they would get their butts fired and told to hit the door. But can they make multiple six figures taking base hits? Yes. As well as you take a base hit and get yourself a runner. If you took a base hit right here, let's say you took a base hit right here, boom, boom. Let's say you get in here, your stop's down here, you peel some off, okay? Your stop is right here. And then let's say it comes up, it starts moving down. Let's say you get in right here. Now your cost average is right here. Now you got yourself a nice little runner. See if we can keep running. You've already taken profits up in here, you've taken profits up in here, and you've added to a winner, and now your cost average is right here. Well, who cares if you get stopped out? You've already made money. So the market moving out of the value area, that is breakouts, basically. And what you really have to look for, which is what is a key indicator that I mainly look for is, and I really need to be able to draw this. Let's say we're in this consolidation area right here. Okay. The main thing I'm looking for is how many buyers are in here, how many sellers are in here. So in this area right now, it looks like the sellers, there's more sellers. Okay. You got 76 right there. You got about 100 and some right there, but you got 85, 86, 89, 130. You got more sellers up in here. So they could possibly be taking control of this area right here. But also what you need to look at is the overall delta of this area. Okay. You got to look at the delta down here. Okay. And is the delta starting to shift? Well, it looks like it is from the 1 minute. Uh, from the 1 minute, it looks like it is trying to shift a little bit. When we break, if I would be in this area right here, and I'd be looking for a break, the main thing I'd be looking for is okay. Look at the volume up in here, and also look at the positive delta right here. If we start breaking that area right there into the negative delta area, if you start breaking this area, what I want to see is I want to see a red candle, and I want to see that momentum of the delta right here, that 26, I want to see it going from 50 to 100, 150, 200. I want to see it. I want to see sellers start stepping in. That will give me confidence that it's starting to break. If it comes down to this area right here and you're at like 50 delta and it just sits there 50, 50, negative 60, negative 70, and then it goes to 40, then 30. And it's like, oh, come on, man, they're getting absorbed. Also, you can look at the heat map here. I'm not very good at trading heat map because for 10 years, I've just never traded heat map. The most I've ever traded heat map was this one that I built here, just because I just mainly traded off the DOM. Uh, I'm not the one to teach you how to trade heat map, that's for sure. Just because I don't trade heat maps. I'm trying to. Uh, I mean, it's nice to look at areas like this, okay, and you see 77 sitting on the offer right there. It's nice to see that. Also, like, I can explain this on the bid side like I would on a dom. If you're in an area like this right here, okay, here, let me really explain this. Do, do, do. Okay. Okay. So now we got 87 up here. Okay, if we're going to break out of this area right here, what I need to see is I n- it, what I don't want to see. this is what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a move up here and have green bubbles starting to form and seeing this 87 go from 80 to 50 to 40 and then back up to 100. You do not want to see this area right here getting hit with green bubbles and not breaking. And when it does break and it comes right back down immediately, and this gets filled back up, and they're stacking the offers up there, that's what you don't want to see. If you're starting to see the green bubbles fill, and this is not getting refreshed with offers, and then up in this area, it's not getting stacked to like 100, 200 up here, and you just seeing measly 20, 30 contracts on the offer, then that's a pretty good sign of it moving upwards because they're going to start lifting the offer. Let's see, it's 1:43. I got about 15 minutes. So let's see, because this is pretty significant. 85 right here. We got 90. You see how it went to 90 and then back to 75. You see how, how we came in here I don't know if it got filled. It looks like it got filled because we're at 110 positive delta and it kind of went back down. If it goes down here and it immediately comes back up in here, that means the buyers are taking control. Okay. Right now there's a wick. If they want to break out of this whole stinking area right here, they got to get aggressive. They got to start hitting them offers and breaking through them. You do not want to see this getting refreshed. And sometimes what will happen is the bubble will form. You'll have like 100, 200 bubbles, and all of a sudden it'll fade back down, and then it'll immediately move right back up. That's good. If it gets hit here and the bubbles start forming, and we immediately come back down here, and then we do not aggressively come back up into this area, and we stay down here, that means the momentum's gone. All right. Start looking at this area right up in here. That area right there, you see how you see how they refreshed that? They got hit and they just refreshed it. You really got to stay hyper focused. See, this stuff right here, I don't use this. Okay, the heat maps, I just don't use it. Here, let me turn off the heat map. I just don't use it that much. Okay, because I got the histogram, I can tell that there's a large bid sitting down there. Okay, there's about 100 and some bids sitting down there. All right, so in order to break this area right here, you want to see them start hitting this aggressively and the bids not refreshing. So I don't see any prints coming in, any large millisecond prints. And the prints were 75. I think I got it to 75. Yeah, large volume aggregated 75 to happen. So it needs to have 75 within milliseconds. So it's starting to break this area. You want to see these offers being refreshed once they get eaten up. That got eaten up. You want to see refreshed. Okay. Yep. See how that refreshed? It went from 0 to 36. It got refreshed. And see right up in there how it went from like 0 and then it got refreshed back up to 30, and then these numbers right here were getting refreshed. Hope that makes sense. Okay. Bids and offers, not refreshing. Okay, refreshing. Refreshing just means, okay, let's say right here in this area right here. let's say you have 30, 30 sitting on the offer. Okay. You have some buyers come up here, and then you had like buyers come in here, and then they hit it. That's got to be some stinking news shit. Um, let's say the offer right here, the asks are like 30. There's 30 sitting on the books, or let's say 100. Let's say there's 100 sitting on the books. The buyers come in here, they hit it for 50, and it goes from 100 to 50, and there's a lot of delta that gets printed. Okay, and and when it goes to 100 and it gets eaten up, and you got people, 50 of them buying what they're selling, and it goes from 50. If it immediately goes from 50 to 75 to 80, that means it's being refreshed. Because if you have 100, if you have 100, then you have a buyer that says, okay, I'll buy 50 of those. And now that 100 is 50. Okay. And then all of a sudden, that 50 now becomes 150 offer. That means it got refreshed for 100 offers. There's a hell of a lot of sellers up in there selling. That's what that means by refresh. If they do not refresh like they did here, those bids did not refresh, you get runs down like this. And of course, the heat map. Some people like trading off heat maps. I just look at the bids and asks. Does that make sense? This is very, this is where if you are a new trader, if you are a new trader, or you're trying to learn order flow for the first time, do not, do not subscribe to level 2 data. Stay the heck away from it. It is like drinking from a fire hose because you're not going to know what the heck is going on. You got to learn the basics first. You got to learn like where to spot large buyers and sellers. You got to learn about delta surging, about delta flipping. You've got to learn all that stuff first. You got to walk before you can run. And the last thing you want to do is be looking at a stinking bid and ask, trying to figure out if they're being refreshed, if they're lifting the offer, hitting the bids. Lifting the offer means that the buyers are just slamming into the offers, and it just keeps going up. And then they slam into the offers here, and they just keep lifting the offers. Okay, and hitting the bid, that means the sellers are hitting the people down here. They're just hitting them and keep pushing them down, and just keep pushing them down. That's hitting the bid. You got to learn how to walk before you can run. Do not throw in level 2 data on your chart as a new trader. It's absolutely ridiculous because it's like drinking from a fire hose. It is the worst thing you can do for yourself. That is the worst thing you can do for yourself. Um, and the main thing is, I'm getting ready to probably cut the stream in about 10 minutes because I got to run. I got an appointment I got to get to. What you need to do is look at a main context of the market. If you're a new trader, let's say you get this add on, you're a new trader and you get this add on. The only thing that I can tell you that will drastically help you when you are above this moving average, do not even think about going short. When you see this moving average sloping upwards like this, the last thing you want to do is try to short this friggin' thing. That is the last thing you want to do. When you see a close below, like we did here, when you see a close below, like we did here, and this moving average is flatlining kind of like this, it's not sloping upwards like it is here. Okay. Last thing you want to do is try to go long or short. You want to go long here. Don't worry about this candle. It went green. Who cares if you can't get in here and get out here? Who gives a crap? Can you make some money in between here? Absolutely. That's what you want to do. You want to put the odds in your favor. Do not be going short when you are above this moving average. Do not be going long if you're below this moving average. Can you do it? And we did it yesterday on the ES. Yes, that's counter trend trading, and you better know what you're looking for because yesterday was a falling knife trying to catch it on the ES, and then you saw three large buyers, single order contracts just slam into the market, and then that's when I said there's a shift in the movement. There's a shift coming, and you were able to get a nice $500 winner on the ES because I saw the delta flipping. When you see the delta like this, 423 sellers, more sellers than buyers, and all of a sudden you see 600, that's about 1,000 shift right there. Because you have to go from negative 400 just to zero to be delta neutral. And then you go from that to 600, that's a delta shift. And delta is just the difference between the buyers and sellers, okay? But that is the main thing that you need to be looking for. Don't be worrying about trying to catch this stinking thing right here. And don't worry about FOMO. Okay. FOMO, you're not going to buy down here and sell up here. Now, the gurus later on this evening will tell you they did, and you can buy their $500 course, and you can drive a rented Lamborghini and Airbnb home like them. But what I'm going to teach you is okay, there's a nice shift right here. You got 725 delta right there. Okay, so maybe you want to start looking, and you've got this moving average that's starting to slope upwards right here. Maybe you want to try to catch along on a 1 minute from here to here, up in here. Okay, maybe try to get yourself maybe 20 points, get yourself $400. Okay, maybe you have to sit here. Okay, so maybe you can catch longs up here on the 1 minute, but you had to sit from 1040 to basically 1245. So basically 2 hours you had to sit on your ass and wait. I hate to put it that way, but uh, that's just the way it is. Uh, I mean, that's all I can say. And also, I'm going to be putting on a VWAP, volume weighted average price. I'll go over that. S&B Capital, you got Mike Bellaforte that runs S&B Capital. His traders, his new traders, you do not go short if the stock is above the volume weighted average price. You only take longs. If you're below the average volume weighted average price, you take shorts. That right there helps a lot of traders. This moving average right here is a Heikin-Ashi data. Uh, It's a Heikin-Ashi chart, which in Japanese stands for average bar. And it takes the average data of the move from the open high low close, and I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. If you take a 9 exponential moving average and throw it on a chart, it'd be somewhat similar to this, except for this moving average, I use Heikin-Ashi data, and I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. That's why you only want to go long when it's sloping upwards. You're not are you you're not going to buy here, sell here. I mean, but when it's moving upwards, can you get the momentum and scalp yourself like 10, 15, 20 points? Absolutely. When it's flatline like this, and the thing is, you're not going to know it's going to be flatlining because you're up here and you're thinking this is a pullback. Okay, you're thinking, okay, this is a pullback, and we're going to run, and you just sit here like that. You kind of have to be aware, like, okay, I got a red candle, I got a green candle. We did not keep running up in here, and I got a red candle. It's like, wait a minute, I, this might actually start consolidating. Sometimes, and you'll see me do this. Sometimes I get caught up in the beginning of a consolidation, and I get stopped out, and then I try to go again, and then I end up with a couple break evens. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. Uh, Areas like this, pre-market, stay the heck away from this. Why? Because the moving average is just chop. Okay, you got to stay away from crap like this. You want to look for stuff like this. Again, look for stuff like that. Look for stuff like this. You get a little small little pullback. Look at the delta. You got 187 and 71. Then you got 71 selling, and then you break this area right here, and you got the delta right there starting to pick up. Okay, go for it. You're not getting the move from here to here, but can you get it from here to maybe here, right there? Sure. Why not get yourself 20 points? Don't be a pig. Pigs get slaughtered. Um, so tonight I need to work on the DOM. This DOM has got uh it's got some UI. I think it has some UI threading issues because it can't keep up with the data that it's trying to drink from a fire hose, and it just can't keep up. The heat map can keep up. The heat map here can definitely keep up because I've spent the time on getting that heat map to keep up with it. So the heat map can keep up with the data coming in. That's not a problem. Uh, do. So yeah, the heat map can keep up with the data. The DOM, I got to work on the DOM. Look at this. You got 500 sitting there on the offer right there at 055. Then you got another 500 sitting there at 059. Of course, if we get up there, they could yank some of that, and they're just spoofing. But those are large institutions doing that because to have that kind of size to be slinging up in there, you got to have the capital to do it. I mean, spoofing is illegal, but it's very, very hard to prove. I don't even think there was ever been a conviction, to be quite honest. But I need to once I can get the DOM locked in pretty good, I need to start doing some good education videos. Right now, you can learn the basics to keep you safe, I guess. If I can keep you from shorting a raging market because you think it's going to shorting a market because it just has ran up 200 because the NQ has run 300 points is not a trading plan. Because the market has ran up in the stochastics or RSI or MACD or whatever the heck lagging indicator you're using is saying that it's overbought doesn't mean that it's overbought. I'll give you some honest opinion. No. This ain't an opinion. This is a fact. The honest fact: the market doesn't give a flipping crap about yours or my opinion. The market does not give a crap. These institutions do not give a crap about our opinion of the market being too high or too low. The market and institutions don't give a flipping crap about our opinions. And once I learned that, I was better off because I used to try to buy the high, short the highs and short and buy the lows and do all that crap. And I was like, what? Well, if 95% of the traders are failing, why the heck are you doing the same stupid thing? Why the heck are you putting all those indicators on your charts? Because about 90 to 95% of traders fail, and you're following everybody else because you're following a guru that just is giving you regurgitated information that doesn't know how to trade. He or she knows how to regurgitate information. The only person I know that's really going to give you this type of information is probably Andrea Semi from Deep Chart and Fabio. They're about the only ones that are going to give you the real truth information. Uh, all right, I got to get going. I'll be at it tomorrow. No interruptions tomorrow. It's usually what is it? Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. I have to go somewhere at 11:30. Uh, and today I just have an appointment. I got to run to. But I'll be back at it tomorrow at 9:15. Uh, I don't know what we'll be trading. Maybe we'll trade ES. Maybe we'll trade NQ. I have no idea. Maybe we'll go back to the range charts. Show people how to trade the range charts. Maybe we can do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll go trade some 40 range bars and stuff. Try to do some little hyper scalping up there. Uh, But that's how I passed the evals is I actually used 40 range bars in a 5-minute context like this with the buyers and the sellers and the bubbles. And how I did the range bars was stacked imbalances and moving averages were sloping upwards. And what I did was I just went on ahead, got in as soon as I got myself green and I got like 10 points. I sold it. I don't care if it was raging upwards. I went in on 2 minis. I sold one and moved to a break even to try to get me a runner. And eventually I started passing evals. It was that damn simple. So I got to get going. I'll see you at 9:15 tomorrow morning.